they can see and hear you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. So, as you can see, things look a little bit different. We've gone ahead and done a bit of an update to the look of the stream and show. But most importantly, we've got some new looks to show off for our Fated. You can see some sneak previews here, and I'm about to post them on Twitter, but we're also going to show them off here. I just got to hit send on a lot of buttons. Oh, no.
It's like, oh, wait. Oh, geez. Oh, no.
Lunch.
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness, the illuminated manuscript look of all of this is so pretty.
Yeah, you guys got to talk about that because my tweet didn't say.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, that's
buddy,
all
oh boy.
good. Yeah, talk about the overlay for a second. Have fun, guys.
Yeah. Let's talk about, when we got together, we were like, what is going to be the new vibe moving into this new chapter? And we're like, chapter, that sounds like a book. And we had that rebranding of Tales Archive last year. And we're like, book? Archive? Books? Illuminated text? Because, we're fighting the dark and the forces of, evil. And what better way than to bring to light the new look with illuminated text thing.
So some features included in this illuminated manuscript are a phoenix, which I feel very particular about. There's a windmill where we first met Wit and where Zio first got their primordial current orb and faced off against. Yeah. There's a heart in here that has a little dagger in it. What could that be about, Lazuli?
That's a bit of a double meaning there. Lazuli and obviously the Whitmore twins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's lilies for Ileana. There's
Lilies
a
for
red
Ileana.
dragon.
For Isradon.
For Isradon.
Yeah.
And also our new character portraits also have very specific things to each of our characters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you guys want to talk about what's in those?
Starting with David.
David, introduce yourself.
Hey yo, hey guys, I'm David. I play Whistle. Let me take a look to see here. Gotta remember what is on this. I think, what do we have on there? There's a bonsai tree.
Yep.
Because Whistle, in his room in the humble abode, has a little bonsai tree that he's been tending to.
From
a
Oleander.
gift from Oleander, yeah.
Yeah.
There's some raven feathers in there, kind of hitting his cloak, and then I think there's a dagger in there.
A knife.
Yep. There's the Damascus style knife.
I don't know what that's.
You're a stupid fuck. You
I don't
know
remember
that?
us putting that in there.
You're a stupid. You're a dumb bastard. You know that. Yes. Which actually, the first official design of Nikolai that's transferred over is done by Angie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There.
Drew
There.
a knife.
No.
Okay, and then Angie, what's inside of Zio's?
Hi everyone, I'm Angie, they them pronouns. I play Zio Marino, he they pronouns. Inside my little character portrait, it's just, fire, water, earth, air.
Long ago, the four elements lived in harmony.
The 4 nations lived in harmony. And yeah, it's just like a little nod at the primordial current.
Yeah. Incredible. Lou, the
is our
incredible
avatar.
artist.
Oh yes, not for this overlay, but
No,
for the,
Shannon did that.
Yeah, I've got fairy wings, snowflakes, and a dragon for Ishror.
Dragon.
Yes.
Amazing. And where can people find you?
At Luzilia_art on most social medias. I've actually been doing some art lately, so I might resurface from my baby hiatus now that I can actually post what I've been working on, and work has been chiller. So
Nice.
I'll be back.
She'll be back. And last but not least, Button.
Hello, I am Button. My pronouns are they, them. I am Bluebluebutton on social media, and I play Echinacea Bellrose, whose art on the left has a phoenix and terrariums that float in the air with little roses in them, and some Minrian blue magic in the background.
The art has officially been posted on Twitter.
Yay!
And let's go ahead and start showing that off. Also, you got to switch you got to switch your mic over in the captions. You're not coming through. Wow!
Art.
All right.
Art.
First up, I'm just going to pull up this Twitter thread, honestly. Use that. Okay, so guys, we have the Faded.
Yeah.
Look at us! Oh my goodness.
Amazing.
So the art here is done by our very own Lou. We got some brand new art just to, it's been a while since we got started with this, and it's been incredible to see the journey here, and especially or particularly to get some official artwork of our new edition, David Whistle. We've got the boy with the group. We've got some really cool elements from everybody. I want everybody to run down what is your favorite element from your character and another character.
Yeah. We got to do this while we're looking at the characters individually. I demand it.
Got it.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
Cool. Demands have been made. Well, first up, we have Echinacea. So how about that?
Well,
fuck you.
All right. I have to say that I really love Aidwolf as their shadow.
That looks great.
Makes me very happy. But yeah, Echinacea's gone through a lot of changes. One thing I really love is that Lou essentially used the same pose from the original art with Echinacea's hand up, but instead of them seated and very static, they're in motion now. A lot more confident too. And they have their mythic spell book from Pharos the Phoenix. Their terrariums are now uniform where they weren't, as their terrariums are now their prelude. The wings are new.
Wings are new.
They have their seraph transformation. They're wearing a jacket that is the same color as the sky they saw when they died. And they are wearing the red of their own blood. It's funny, Echinacea picked out an outfit much like Lazuli that was very symbolic to them, but they didn't run through the reasoning in their head. Like, I think it's still subconscious to them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. You can see the bracer that Lucian made for Echinacea as well in there.
Yeah. Hell yeah. What's everybody's favorite element of this new Art of Echinacea? Me personally, of course, I love playing Aidwolf because they're a fucking little gremlin. But also, I am absolutely enchanted by the Mythic Spellbook. I like the little details. I'm very excited to see how that grows as we continue into the campaign. So that's me.
I love the terrariums. I've always loved the terrariums. I love seeing the different colors. Very, very fun.
Yeah.
For me, I really like the hair, just like the way it kind of has that volume and the little curls to it on it. It's really, it kind of like Button was saying, it really adds to that emotion, right? Echinacea kind of feels a little, I mean, yeah, the wings are there, but the hair adds to that ethereal piece to it too.
Yep, absolutely. Lou?
Yeah. I think the terrariums were the biggest challenge and ended up being the, I don't know, I haven't drawn a circular glass object like that has interior, all of the different little flowers and pairing them up. I just felt like that was really rewarding and balanced out the character really nicely because you can do a lot compositionally with where you place the terrariums as well. So that just was like, I don't know. It felt ornate and it felt good.
You absolutely encapsulated like the growth and evolution of a character in these, and like it's phenomenal. Oh, Pisha.
I know. I want
they're
to
designed by really intentional players. So
the scars, and it's going to be like a throughout all of them, but
yeah,
those hit.
Those hit.
Lou, you killed it.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that Lou killed it with the terrariums because initially they were all the same flower and very uniform and like easy, like a lot more easy to like align. And you really, with Echinacea collecting so many new flowers throughout this, like Minri's blue flower, Rivden, the purple rose from Kaelin, like the hyacinths, the brass rose from Monroe. It was like, okay, these are all a gazillion different colors. And we're like, cool, how do I make that look not stupid?
How do we it absolutely came together perfectly. All right. I think
also
please.
Echinacea's wearing some slutty little boots courtesy of Lord Tarvish.
Slutty little boot. Yeah, those are the boots that Lord Tarvish was wearing. little skank. Some ball height boots.
The men of Tolesh love their
high boots.
Their leg high boots because
correct.
Lucian is also wearing leg high boots.
And Lucian put those on Echinacea, which is also like
rated porn. Guys, say hello to Whistle. Look at this fucking baddie, dude. This shit's crazy. Yeah, David, if you want to talk about some of the elements on Whistle here.
Oh man, okay. So with Whistle, we've got the arsenal that he carries with him, right? I think you see the hatchets there. We've got the dagger and the halberd, and the prelude on the back, really coming through as well. The other thing I really like about this piece is the pose. That pose is really dynamic.
That
really
pose
just
hits.
ready for anything. Really, it's perfect. As far as like favorite pieces, I mean, thinking like detail stuff too. The reflection of the cloak, the raven feathered cloak, in the prelude.
Yep.
It's just there, and it's perfect. Really makes it, very, I don't know, it really adds to the texture of the whole thing, because I think Whistle does have quite a few textures going on between like feathers, hair, flesh, metal, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cloth, yeah.
I think my favorite element of Whistle particularly is that the fact he looks like he is from another part of the world. Like he comes in and the aesthetic is so clearly like unlike anything we've really seen on Tolesh so far. Like Whistle came in and is a complete standout, and like I love that expression on him too. That that zeroed in, honed in on like any potential threat. Like this man is ready for war. I want to go to war.
Also, I love the teeth.
Yeah, the little tusks.
Yeah.
He's so handsome. What about you guys?
I am biased, and I like the knife. A knife.
No.
I like seeing it. I like seeing it in Lou's art style, and just like those very thin lines, like the white lines, they really stand out.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think similarly to Angie, but sort of. I love the Damascus details, and I think they're incredible, much like the Prelude's just stunning details. My favorite thing is how close Nikolai is being held to Whistle's heart. Like, even in this action pose, there's just really beautiful symbolically.
It's incredibly tender.
He's got him right where he wants him.
I also really love how banged up the detailing is on his shin guard.
Yeah.
Like it's really indicative of like this man has just gotten beat the fuck up by life, but he's beating it harder.
He's fighting life way harder than life is fighting him.
Yeah, the shin guards are awesome.
Absolutely. Blue?
You're muted.
You're muted, baby.
I had sneezed.
I have sneeze.
I have sneeze. This is kind of very similar to a lot of the details that you're talking about, but
That's okay.
It's sometimes certain conclusions can only be made, at least from my brain, because I can only hold like one kind of handful or detail at a time mentally. I have like light synesthesia, not synesthesia, aphantasia. But like having it all down, I realize, wow, anything that's about the creature comforts, just whistles,
yeah.
personal belongings that aren't offensive or defensive, offensive, are pretty minimal. Like they're textured, but they're not detailed or well invested in. But then you look at the prelude, you look at the glaive or the
It's a halberd,
or halberd, and they are like meticulously well maintained, ornate, shining. And I love the contrast of the tattered cloak, the beat up boots. This
you
is
can
a
see
man
what
who,
Whistle cares about.
clearly,
I love that.
and I like that a lot. It's visual storytelling, which is always great.
And I love I love the pose, man. Like everybody else is like standing so tall and like so confidently and sort of like presenting themselves. Whistle is not afraid to get low, get dirty, and do what he has to do to defend the fate. And like that has become incredibly clear with this art. Phenomenal. All right, guys, let's say hello to Mr. Zio Marino, Tino Jabrino in some parts. Yeah, Angie, do you want to break down some? You want to break this boy's back? I'm sorry. Do you want to talk about some? Sorry, do you want to talk about some details?
What?
That's
crazy. Issandra's doing that. Anyways, here's the boy. I'm so sorry. Why am I like this?
I did it. It's my fault. Like, you're innocent here.
So yeah, Zio had a little bit of a outfit change a while back. After the events following Vaughn. So had a little bit of an outfit change, a new sort of like tunic that they wear, that like one-sided tunic, in this gold sash. The green cloak, no longer the Bright Fury cloak. This is actually the cloak that they received from Oleander, from
Sunflower Enclave.
From the Sunflower Enclave. So that is a memento of the time that they spent with Oleander. That was very important and very, very, very good for Zio. Of course, Lulu.
Look at her.
Look at her, so beautiful, so sweet. I love her.
She is so elegant. She's such a pretty little lady.
My absolute favorite thing that Lou did was these sort of like antennae, like horns.
Yeah.
The little antennae that come with the horns, because that just kind of gives her more of that, like, that fairy like vibe.
Very fey, very like otherworldly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she looks so beautiful.
We got the feathers and the scarring on Zio's face.
Yes. The scarring on Zio's face, the scarring on their neck. You cannot really see Zio's prelude, because Zio's prelude, of course, is their tattoo, and modesty is close to gladliness. Anyways, that's stupid. And of course, their horns just a little bit longer.
A little bit of that pinkish purple.
Yeah, and their boots of flying, because we know that boy loves them.
Yeah.
Little wispy energy for their
their
primordial soul. And parts.
I love that like moat of elemental wind magic. It's so pretty. I think my favorite element from Zio is like the level 3 character art had such like a snarky and like sharp expression. Yeah. This expression on Zio is like, there's the same snark there, but there is so much warmth and like confidence in who they've become. I really love the expression on Zio here.
I feel like Zio has aged, and it's very visible in their face.
But like other than that, the whole fit slaps so much ass.
Oh, my boy.
That's my boy. My boy. What about you guys?
I'm gonna have to say that really helpful. Just Angie's in as well, and to work off their character sheet for Zio.
Yeah.
That was just like, wow, so much of the hard work of designing a really cool and beautiful character is already done. And I just get to play with your Blorbo and like draw them too. And so it was just a great blueprint to already get to see like what that deal.
Yeah.
That's so beautiful.
Had a lot of fun as well. The little like box kind of.
You're cutting out a little bit, Lou.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
How about?
You're still cutting out like the last word or so. Do you have that extension on for the captions? The disabling automatic gain control. Give me a second.
While they work on that, my favorite feature. I think there's a real beautiful synergy between Lulu's wings and Zio's tail that I wanted to highlight. It just shows their connection, and besides that, are just really beautiful and flowy to look at.
100% agree. I was going to say the same. The wings and the tail are really great, and I also really like the boots. With the winged boots, I mean, they look so sharp. And one of the things that I think Lou did really well with all the characters is their stuff, and it being kind of present on them. And the winged boots on Zio is really great.
The attention to the equipment is like is next level for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right.
There's also the things on the face. What was the
feathers?
Heritage?
Yeah, from the Vacron.
Yeah, like the feather molting. Yeah, the Vacron heritage coming through there.
Yeah.
That was also so good.
So good.
My baby boy.
All right. Last of the player characters, because we have a little bit of a surprise. Everybody say hello to Lazuli Aster Belrose.
She's so beautiful. Oh, the Genshin energy coming off of this witch. I love her.
I would like to
Genshin witch.
On this
Genshin
Mother's Day, I would like to present you all with Mother.
Mother.
Mommy.
I need Pepper in there. Is it still happening? How are we feeling?
No, phenomenal. You sound perfect. Lou, would you like to tell us a bit about Lazuli?
We talked about growing up. I think, especially with that Fae type of energy that Lazuli has, there's like changes I think are a little bit faster, weirder,
you're cutting
not
out
as
again.
Damn it!
Oh.
You might maybe just switch to your Kyo mic for now, and we can reassess on break.
Okay. How's it sound?
Good. Just speak up a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, so with some of that squishiness of not being totally human, I think she has really grown up mentally. I think living with Ishror in kind of a stasis over the years, he's so the same and ages so slowly, and is barely noticeable, so she adopted that.
Yeah.
And then now she's kind of getting to really experience the human experience, or just not like draconic, not in a bad way apathy, but like humans interesting, but maybe a little further away.
Yeah.
And so now she's getting a little bit more tethered to her personhood and getting to interface with humans and just people. And it's a little dark and spooky.
A little dark and spooky. Yeah, that like monochromatic like color scheme broken by that like teal. I think that's my favorite thing about this. Like The color work on Lazuli, it just shoots that everything you talked about like to the nth degree. It's absolute perfection.
Thank you.
What about you guys?
The hand pose is wicked.
Yeah, that hee.
Mm.
My absolute favorite thing is the dichotomy of this bright, familiar and reaching out to it, but then this black oozing like darkness that is surrounding Lazuli. There is a really cool vibe in this entire design of just like overpowering that darkness. I think that's very cool.
Thank you. I think my favorite detail, and like I mentally ascribe this to Lazuli's innate fae and witchiness. It's the way that I think all of these disparate pieces, I feel like her magic made them synergize. So like the gloves are from Echinacea, but now they have the eyes, just like the robe of eyes. And then the hat was made by Lucian, but it matches the robe perfectly. And then the Aster staff has the golden accents from the robe as well, even though that was made by Lapis, right? So I feel like all of the like gifts that have been given to Lazuli have been like absorbed by her magic in turn and like synergized. So, ditto with Fritz, who is also my favorite.
Rendering Fritz was so fun. Also, I have an arcane eye, and I didn't mention it, but that's what is on the tip of her tail.
I love that.
Like on the tip of the cloak, she put her. I don't know if it's a prop or just a spell, but like,
yeah,
I kind of imagine that as the arcane eye.
Amazing.
If it's inactive.
The staff is also incredible.
Yeah, the Aster staff is Aster staff goes crazy.
Yeah.
And that's the Ollie's lantern.
Yep,
by the way.
Oleander's lantern.
Yeah.
Oleander's lantern.
All right, guys. Thank you, Lou. And guys, huge round of applause for Lou for absolutely killing every design that she had and working so hard to bring us like not only updated art, but going from, kind of like a 3/4 view to like full body, full like everything to the nines. Lou worked incredibly hard, and we cannot thank her enough for it. So thank you, Lou. All right, guys, you ready? You guys ready to see my boys?
Yeah, show that.
All right, everybody say hello to Kaylin Vryn and Lucian Whitmore.
So little.
He is shorter than Kaylin. Angie messaged me earlier in the week and was just like, wait a minute. I didn't know that he was shorter than Kaylin. Why is he so small?
And then it made sense because he was a sickly boy.
He's a sickly boy. Yeah.
A sickly Victorian child.
That is
truly.
Yeah. But yeah, no, we got 2 NPCs that have been at least around the Fated for the majority of the campaign. Kaylin's been with you guys since session 1. And Lucian has been traveling with the group for the last 20 to 30 sessions, and what I love my favorite thing here is how perfect visual foils they are to each other. Like the color palettes, the aesthetics, even down to the pose. Like they have a very similar pose, but the energy, like Kaylin's is so incredibly refined and like confident. Lucian is posturing a bit, right? Like there's a bit of a show being put on. I don't know. True Seeker on Kaylin's just absolutely bonkers, dude. I love the Prelude armor. There are these like blue details that just like make me. I just imagine like Minri's magic flowing through it, like this kind of like living stream. Gee, look at those slutty boots on Lucian. Who said they could be so high and have so many buckles? But it's the mix of like nobility, but also like he's a rogue and he's a little. Yeah, that's me. What about you guys?
Why is Lucian's waist so small? Grab it.
Lou, I think Lucian became a vanity piece for Lou pretty quickly in the process.
You said make that waist slutty.
I did.
You said slutty little waist.
I did. No, 100%.
More than 3 times. It's like Beetlejuice. Keep saying it. I'm gonna keep.
Do we need to talk about the meter?
Is the slutty waist in the room with us, Alec?
What are your guys' favorite elements of these?
The scars again are so good.
Yeah, we got Kalen's necrotic scar from the devil underneath the Doom munitions factory. And then obviously Lucian's scars that he's had from the beginning of the campaign, from his time in Sunwall, his interactions with Ileana and Nivian. Yep.
I like the green energy.
Yeah.
And the reflection of it against the fabric and his hair.
The lighting goes crazy.
So good. Yeah.
They're
Blue,
both
you killed
really
it.
great.
Thank you.
Bluebutton?
I'm really tender about the Lucian was very like green coated in the beginning of this, both with his Hagrot and with being from Iyo Thalor, whose colors are green and gold.
Yep.
And it's really cool to see him grow warmer.
Yeah.
Visually and as a person. I love that his prelude looks like Pelgond. It's really cool to see, and like the phoenix coated sash from Lazuli. It's really cool to see how warm Lucian has become. And then with Kalen, I think the thing that strikes me is the way that he started this campaign hiding himself and hiding who he follows, or not even realizing who he's gaining power from. And we see him now, and he's so fully a paladin of Aelfwyn, right? Everything is so synergized, and he's standing so proud. And I'm tender about both their preludes.
Let's show off a group shot before we dive into the game proper, and just again give Lou all of her well-deserved flowers. Here are the Fated and company. Here's everybody. So
look at that.
This is going to be the art you guys are seeing for the foreseeable future, and I think that they all perfectly encapsulate the characters, the journey they've been on, and along with these new overlays, which leads me to my little transition. We're going to move over to our new roleplay screen.
Yeah.
Roleplay screen. Can I just say something I didn't realize until now?
Yep.
It's fine. Echinacea, each of their terrariums vibes with a different member of the party.
Yep. Correct.
There's the Kalen coated one, obviously with the purple flower he gave them. There's the Minrian flower, which is very Lazuli and Zio coated.
Yep.
There's the brass rose from Monroe that sort of synergizes with Lucian, and then their lowest one synergizes with Whistle.
Like crazy. Yep. It's so good. It's so good. But again, that's very true. Round of applause for Lou, everybody.
Thank you.
And here we have our roleplay screen where, we're just kind of diving in and talking. You guys can see the characters, some cool colors, and here we are. Okay. Let me dive into the recap if you guys are ready to get into the
Whistle's
game.
way too cool to be sitting. It's for me to be sitting next to him. Man.
No, Doc, no.
Untrue.
So false. Okay. So, again, Button wrote this recap because life has been hell. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. All right. Last we left off, Isrodon promptly knocks Lazuli unconscious with her breath weapon, and Lord Tarvish finishes the job, killing Lazuli outright. In the wintry blizzard where Lazuli goes when she dies, the fairy finds herself face to face with her patron, the fledgling death hag Elizabeth Whitmore. She scolds Lazuli for refusing to kill and feed her in death. She also reveals that Viola is not dead. Whistle resigns his role as an Iron Legionnaire, and in an attempt to draw his enemies away from his party, he sets the fake Divanthir tome on fire. That imagery is so clear of Whistle standing on like the cliffside, just poof, igniting this book. Slaps. Rushing to revivify Lazuli, Echinacea is pulled into the blizzard beyond death to retrieve their party member in time to witness Lazuli drawing upon the Ith and casting Contact Other Plane for the first time in order to reach out to the librarian of the Bwanid Coven. Elizabeth begins to break her bargain with Lazuli, but stops after Echinacea reminds her that Lazuli has months to collect the items demanded of her by Viola's pact. Elizabeth threatens Lila Alcott and suggests that she has already harmed the party's allies, Anatole and Harrioten, before she and the librarian vanish and Lazuli is returned back to the land of living. Where the newly arrived sorry, that was in all caps, so I had to like really enunciate it. Where the newly arrived Casimir joins the fray, battering enemies with lightning and beckoning the party to him with the promise of escape. Iron Legionnaire reinforcements arrive, pursuing Whistle and the Burning Tome. Whistle abandons the tome in favor of attacking Lord Tarvish and joining the group coalescing around Casimir. Casimir teleports the party to Ishror's castle in the clouds, but not before an enraged Lucian immolates one of the Legionnaires, killing them outright. A spicy boy. He said, what if I did a murder today? Lazuli messages Ishror, informing him of the party's retreat. Before the entire group is reunited, Lazuli requests that the party not tell her parents that she died. Echinacea clings to those who fell during combat, and Whistle apologizes to the group for the danger they faced today, clearly feeling some measure of responsibility. Echinacea updates Casimir on their adventures with Lazuli, and Lazuli returns to her room, where Abbott seeks her out. Realizing she has died, the Warforged offers her hugs and books on the subject of death. Whistle thanks Lazuli for resurrecting him and informs the party of his connection to the Maiden of Blades. The entire party noticing that Lucian is brooding. Yep. No, that's fair. It's fair. Each try to reach out to him in their own way. Whistle crafts him a bishop chess piece with his newfound Divanthir abilities. Lazuli offers him pajamas, and Echinacea messages him to reaffirm that the party loves him and is trying to be there for him. Lucian makes it clear that he is intentionally rejecting their advances. Grappling with the rejection, the party selects pajamas for themselves and head to dinner. There, Echinacea and Kaelin quickly retreat into the back into the Temple of Aelfwood. Whistle talks fortifications with Ishror. Lazuli avoids her parents and, attempting to cheer up Lucian, Druid crafts lilies in Lucian's soup and unwittingly reminds him of his tormentor Ileana. Womp womp. Chasing the hastily retreating rogue, Lazuli flex casts and inadvertently summons a vision of Aelfwin, who takes on the form of Lucian's mother. She tells him to stop closing himself off. Crying that he is not a knight, Lucian falls to his knees. Lazuli kneels and cries with him. Lucian then apologizes for rejecting Lazuli's offer and goes with her to get pajamas, asking if she will accompany him on an apology tour. This is not written. One that was not needed. But listen, he doesn't understand how feelings work. You know what I'm saying? Lazuli accepts. Wandering the castle lawns after dinner, Whistle confides his feelings of guilt to Nikolai and the realization that he wants to fight for something he believes in. He also admits that he wouldn't have killed Lord Tarvish this time even if he had the chance. To Whistle's surprise, Nikolai replies that he would kill Lord Tarvish if given the chance. Lucian and Lazuli arrive, and Lucian apologizes for brushing off Whistle's gift. Whistle assures Lucian he needs no apology. Echinacea laments not knowing how to be there for Whistle and Lazuli, who died today, or for Lucian, who is clearly grappling and isolating himself. Kaelin reassures Echinacea that they are allowed to be grappling with the day's events too. Echinacea admits that whenever Kaelin has been brought near death, they find themselves turning vicious. The conversation moves to the visions from the Sivaholm catacombs. Kaelin telling Echinacea of the visions of his mother, of being cursed to become a Drider, and of being rejected by Christopher Elmsong. However, Kaelin affirms that the visions could not trick him. He knows himself, and he knows reality. Lucian and Lazuli arrive for Lucian's apology tour. Echinacea, like Whistle, affirms that no apology is needed, and in the course of the conversation, notices Lazuli's sense of invulnerability around the subject of death. The group joins Whistle on the grounds of the castle, where he and Casimir are in the midst of getting to know each other. The fuck is up with that, dog? Nikolai, at not being introduced, bounces away from the pair. What was that?
Is that in the recap?
No, I said that. The yelling at you? No, me. That was me. Nikolai, at not being introduced, bounces away from the pair. Pepper sets about trying to set off pyrotechnics, and Caitlin takes Echinacea to dance in the stars. Since, Angie, you were not here this evening, we'll pick up with you first. What have you been up to the last couple hours? Just give us a rundown of what Zio's been doing, and paint us his approach as he comes into the castle grounds, where everybody seems to be kind of having very similar to the events that happened in the Wavering Peaks, just kind of like a decompression party. Hey, nobody expected to fight a dragon today, you know what I'm saying? So everyone's like, whoa!
I think Zio, just to kind of like make sense of the things of their not being around, I think Zio has been a little bit distant from the rest of the group, and they do try and go find Donut.
Oh yeah, give me absolutely give me a survival or nature check here.
Yeah. And nothing big, just mainly interested in checking in to see how
Donut's doing.
Yeah,
yes. Absolutely.
I'm gonna roll my new dice.
New dice. Oh, guys.
My new dice. Absolutely beautiful. Look at them, guys. My beautiful.
They're so pretty.
New dice from Forbidden Fae dice. Forbidden Fae over on Twitter, and I am stalling because I'm opening up for some reason my character sheet wasn't open.
Listen, you're so valid. I was getting lost in how beautiful the roleplay screen is. I was like, wow.
And it's survival. You said?
I said survival or nature.
Survival and nature.
Or
nature. Yeah, 15.
15. You know that she's an old girl. You know that she's probably not moving from where she was, so you kind of quickly make your way out. I imagine you take paths that kind of avoid like the main thoroughfare where folks are at this point. Okay. If you're looking to not get scouted, give me a stealth check.
That is a 13 plus 9.
Yeah. Okay. More than fine. You make your way out, and at this point, you can hear everybody sort of beginning to settle in. You hear the fire crackling. You can smell the scent of distant liquor sort of waft into your nose. Food that Lapis and Aura have brought outside. You can kind of smell marshmallows roasting by the fire. But you see Donut, the old wyvern, just sort of...
Yeah. I think Zio would have brought her some leftovers from dinner.
Oh, incredible. Yeah, you would have been able to absolutely find like fish, anything like that that she would enjoy.
Goes right up to her, and without any sort of fear, now that like that sort of connection had been built with her previously, walks right up to her, even in her sleeping form.
She's not quite sleeping, but you kind of push up on her, and she just sort of, oh. Hello, little one.
I bring you a treat. Yes, I bring you a treat.
Oh, the tongue is already like kind of lolling out of the mouth, and she's just like, like licking the bottom of your hand, trying to get it, like, like big sopping wet tongue, just sort of.
Yeah. Enjoy that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're back very soon.
Yeah, we are. We almost didn't make it out of there, but now we're here, and I'm here, and I'm bringing you a treat, and that's what matters.
Thank you for treat. It's a new word, but she's like, treat. She kind of just keeps repeating it over and over again. And she kind of takes it, and you can see she's like very delicately eating it. The snow is kind of pushing in. Obviously, Ishror's castle has like protection against the elements, so you guys aren't kind of like being bombarded by a lot of snow. But you see Donut eats the treat, and she's a very old lady. She eats it and like kind of rests her head on your lap for a moment, and then just with a big exhale just falls back asleep.
no, gotta go. I can't stay here. Like slowly
Like,
moves her head and like gives her a couple pats, a couple scritches behind like their her ears or horns, whatever is in this.
yeah, sort of
head.
sleek head up into some very, very modest horns. Nothing crazy. Yeah.
And then we'll make their way down through the more visible thoroughfare and go find Whistle.
Okay, yeah. I think at this point it's fair to say that Whistle. Are you still drinking with Casimir?
Yeah, I'm just hanging out
Okay.
by the fire with whoever's there.
Perfect. Yeah. Zio, you absolutely see Whistle there, and you start to make your way over to Whistle, and I wanted to, because we closed off the scene in the stars before a conversation could be had, so let's do that quick, and then we'll have the whole group together to finish out the night. So, Echinacea. Sorry, go ahead.
Just to make sure. So Zio's interested to speaking to Whistle alone.
Okay,
So
yeah.
just want to make sure.
No, perfect.
Okay.
That's more than fine. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So you see yourself amidst the stars with Kaylin, and you're sort of Echinacea. So you're finishing up this dance. What are you feeling as you're up here with Kaylin?
I think in this space where they're like shadowed by the void of space and then lit by the glow of starlight, knowing they don't have a lot of time and dancing here. Which, by the way, Kaylin is able to like pass through Echinacea's wings because they're incorporeal. So like, despite the fact that there are these enormous like gauzy wings, these new appendages, which you might think would like stifle motion, Kaylin instead finds himself like caressed by them, and like they're almost a second pair of appendages to hold. So in this space cradled by the cosmos, I think Echinacea finds themselves, despite the beauty of it and the expectation that they would be sightseeing here, all they can do is look at the reflection of the stars in Kaylin's eyes. And as they know that this time is coming to a close, they just smile at him and take him in and say, sometimes the best thing a new place can give you is a frame to behold someone you love. It suits you here.
I think it suits the both of us.
Thank you for bringing me here.
You're welcome. You can see as like the stars are beginning to move a bit as you said, like the time is fading, but Kaylin just sort of leans in, kisses you as he pulls back, just says, "This is not the only time we'll see it. We'll be here more than once."
Every night.
Oh, okay. Well, it depends on it sort of as you're back with the group, as he's like, well, no, it depends on if I use the ability. But you see that, and we touched base. I just want to see, Lazuli, are you doing anything specific here? Are you, because if I remember correctly, you were kind of cuddled between your parents. Are you still there and just kind of decompressing?
Yeah, Lazuli she was sitting in her big cloak, just taking in, feeling quiet.
Okay.
She will definitely. Has Abbott like let her know that he's found the books yet or not, or is that
not quite yet? Not quite yet. No.
Got it. Yeah. Then she's introspective, but not like outwardly sad or anything like
absolutely. Okay. Yeah, you continue to sort of sit. Aura is like shoving marshmallows in your mouth. Like,
perfect. How close is Sivaholm from where we are? Like, it's pretty far away, right?
It's in the grand scheme, it's not terribly far. It's like a week journey away from the way that you were traveling before. Yeah.
Okay, so not miles. Like
you guys are at a very safe distance here, and especially like a safe location because they're the mountains, right? Ishror's castle is crafted on a cloud over the mountains. So like even from the bottom, like you're not necessarily going to see a castle here, right? But so you guys, yeah, you guys are plenty safe. Okay.
Cool.
Perfect.
It wasn't necessarily about safety. It was more about other things.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, but yes, you're fairly far away. We will jump back over. Zio, you are approaching Whistle.
I think Zio will immediately kind of like not really look at anyone by the campfire in the group. And walk up to where Whistle is with Casimir, and then lean down, say, "Can I speak with you?"
Of course.
Whistle. Wow. Zio will also look at Casimir for a moment, knowing Casimir's like connection to like the orbs and everything, and their eyes will linger there for a moment before kind of like the ADHD of like,
Yeah,
like
I'm looking at somebody.
Yeah, I have something to say, but there's more important thing to take care of. So
yeah, you just as you kind of look, Casimir says, "It's good to see you, Zio. You look well."
And then just like, yep, and then just walk off.
Okay.
expecting Whistle to
Whistle definitely follow.
Okay.
I'm glad to see that you're okay. That you're still with
Likewise. Likewise. This was quite an eventful day for everybody.
Yeah. There wasn't much I could do in the moment. No, luckily, Lazuli and Echinacea were there, too. Bring people back when necessary.
You did what you could, though.
Yeah. You know, that was my first real interaction with the Iron Legionnaires. Aside from what happened back in Illenbell.
I'm afraid doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah. My father and my mother did really well with keeping my sister and I away from a lot of that pain and a lot of that suffering. And now I'm not sure if that was the best decision on their part. But I can't fault them for it. They did speak a lot about it. How dangerous the Iron Legionnaires were, the pillaging, the raids. Pretty standard pirate stuff. And the most that I truly saw, and it didn't hit me until all of this, was my father coming back and your wound.
Yeah. If your parents managed to keep you away from the horror of what myself and the other Legionnaires were doing, then your parents are good parents. Believe me, nobody, child or not, should have to deal with the kind of warfare that we brought. Your father came back alive. That wound that you saw, that's what happens to the lucky ones.
to count ourselves the lucky ones.
We survived today. So yes, I'd agree.
You know, I also learned from Wit that there's a possibility that he is a product of what happens when the Iron Legionnaires attack. I don't want to assume anything. That's something that he doesn't like.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think assuming things has led me to some really rough confrontations over the last couple of months. You weren't there, but there was this Viper's Hand that we met early in our journey.
Vipers don't have hands.
Well, it's a good thing you haven't heard of them then.
No. They, the one did, almost kill me. And you protected me.
Mm.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
They, dangerous.
Yeah. And yet, when I said that every Viper's Hand that I'd met up until that point, that they were dangerous and they were the same, that came back around to me, and people were hurt. And now, with you, an Iron Legionnaire, someone that, unlike the Viper's Hand, the Iron Legionnaires could have very well destroyed my family. I thought to myself, I have to put what I've learned into practice. I can't think of this person like the rest of them. Clearly, he's doing something to change, to be better. We've spoken about it. Our accountability. But after today, I can't separate what I saw today in the memory of my father at the edge of death from them, from the Iron Legionnaires. There might be others like you. But I want you to promise me one thing.
What's that?
You will never accept to give them aid on behalf of the rest of us. Certainly not on behalf of me. I would have not gone back to Saiva home. I am glad Isradon is not an ally of ours. And even as a dangerous enemy, I'd rather that be the truth and what we have than a different outcome. I will not bow to iron.
promise to make. The circumstances today, Zio, are a matter of perspective. We got lucky. We got lucky. Casimir happened to be curious. We got lucky the Amine heard you. We almost did not make it. 2 of us fell. Doing what we have to do to survive is not a shameful act. If your choice is that you rather die, then ask yourself, what are you really looking for? What are you really looking to achieve? Are you looking to create change? Or does it not matter? Because if you're dead, and if all of us died today, nothing would change. Ishror would probably still take Cypher home. I did what I had to protect us, because that was what would lead to our survival. That is what gives us the opportunity to change. I admire your pride, Zio. But pride won't always keep you alive.
It's not pride. It's my history. It's my culture. It's my people.
Are these things you're not proud of?
They are part of me. They are ineffable. You might see that as pride. But that is in my blood. If you want to survive, survive. Then don't make me that promise.
I won't make any promise that I feel would put my mission in jeopardy to protect the rest of you. I agree we can hold each other accountable for our decisions, but I don't think we should hold each other back.
Fine. But my point still stands. I will not bow to iron. This is a line I will not cross. I love everyone in this family. But I have my own, and I have my history. I do not count myself an ally to the Iron Legionnaires. I refuse.
I'm not asking you to be an ally. I'm not asking you to break bread with them. But you need to recognize the threat that they pose. And if you want to make a difference, and I know you do, and I want to help you, we do that by staying alive. And in my head, regardless of your history, my history, Echinacea's history, anyone whose life has been touched and defiled by the Iron Legionnaires, regardless of that history, if the choice came down to giving my life to protect the rest of you. It's a simple choice.
Do you believe that the rest of us won't do the same?
No, I believe you would. But this is where we have to learn to trust each other. Even if I went with the Iron Legionnaires, I had no intention of staying with them. If given the opportunity to escape, of course I would take it. How things would have played out differently, we'll never know. What we do know is that we got by today by luck.
And thank the gods for that. Because had it not been for that, then it would have been your planning that led us to it.
Perhaps they were
Your
looking for a fight.
Your secret planning that led us to it.
True.
If you want to speak of trust, we should start there. We've already discussed it. We've already made peace with it.
That's true. I own that. Meeting with Ishror, I own that. But let's not forget who swung first, Iyo. I suggest, perhaps, the next time you face the Iron Legionnaires, and you think about casting calm emotions, maybe yourself should be the target.
I think Whistle's gonna walk off.
All right. Inspiration point for the both of you for that incredibly powerful scene. And I know we just started playing, but we're going to take a break here since that was a bit heavy, and we're about an hour and some change in. So we're going to take our first break here, and then we'll be back shortly. And maybe you guys can see some interesting other stuff that we got going. All right. See you in about 10. Bye. and hear you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. All right. So, David, are you good?
My computer was, I was waiting and my computer monitor started doing this.
We all start doing like the Star Trek.
So after a fairly intense exchange between Zio and Whistle, question for you guys quick. Do you return back to the party? Or to like the outside space where folks are just kind of decompressing?
Zio does not.
Understood.
So Whistle's going for a walk.
Okay, understood. Makes sense. You guys sort of trail off. So we'll touch base with Lazuli and Echinacea. The night is just kind of open. Are you guys up to anything in particular?
Yeah. Upon arriving back, I think taking to heart what Kaylin has said about giving in the other ways that people need if they don't want to talk. Echinacea is going to set up their little herbalism kit and light a little tea light and put on a kettle of Angel's Dream, and they're going to attempt to, if they may, over the course of like 10 minutes, make a medicine check to make this another healing tea.
Yeah, absolutely, you can. Just go ahead and give me that medicine check. Your DC here is 10. You've made this more than once already.
I just need to not roll a 1 then.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
I didn't roll a 1. I rolled a 4.
Okay, cool. Well, listen, it's not a 1.
And then I have expertise, so whoever drinks this heals. I'm trying to roll my actual dice because I have them. I always forget and roll the D&D Beyond dice.
Valid.
An 8 and a 1. That is 9 plus what? Double your proficiency? Is our proficiency 4? Where are we?
It should be 3.
Yeah.
Or
So
is it
no,
4?
it's 4.
Okay.
So 8 plus 9 is math. 17.
17. Okay, so 17 healing to anybody who takes the tea. You see Kaylin takes it and has a sip, and he says, I have grown fond of the Angel's Dream. It's quite good.
Courtesy of Celine Whitmore.
Mm-hmm. You see Lucian kind of peer over. Can I have one?
I made it with you in mind.
Thank you very much. Sort of takes a sip. I appreciate it, and I am not going to apologize any further, but I fell into some unhealthy habits, and I recognize that. So, moving forward, I'm not going to force isolation. I recognize that is it is a form of punishment from Sunwall specifically, and I see that I've done it to myself a lot since I've left. So I won't do that again.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. It's like,
Lucian.
It's delicious tea, really.
Can I confide something? Are you in a space to hear something?
Anything.
Well, are you actually, though?
Yes.
Do you know I killed a Myrmidon?
Yeah, there's a clear look of like disbelief, like, nah, this is really?
At the Gala of Innovation, he knocked Kaylin unconscious, and I feared in that moment that he would be killed, and so I struck with no caution and no consideration for Aquin's life. That's his name. And I was able to bring him back, but that doesn't change the fact that I had the same impulse that you had today, and I acted on it.
You can see a look of just, it's processing and like taking in this information, and like you can see the math of like Lucian looks between the group, and obviously Zio and Whistle are gone at this point. But you can see that there's this look of like his view of you all hasn't changed given that information, right? Like, he's just... I know I did what I did for the same reason. I was so afraid that someone else was going to go down. And I acted ferociously, yes. Thank you for sharing that. I know how hard that is.
If it weighs upon you, know that I am working to become someone who can bring people back, even if you do not have access to their body. If you wish to go on a quest someday to right that particular wrong, I will go with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Lazuli, I made tea.
Not a sip. She's like already been fed so many things from Aura, but she's just like, I'll have a little bit. Thank you.
It's more about the healing. You just have to take a sip.
Right. Thank you.
Whistle, Zio?
Yeah, I think at that point you guys are probably far enough away to where, like, you're just... And even if you did hear it, I don't know if you guys would respond, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No, probably not.
Yeah, you call out, and there's no sign or no response.
Lou, what is that face you're making?
He's mad at the thing that I gave him that has peanut butter for some reason. I don't know. He's just he's got stuff to say. It's not even hidden. It's just I don't know. He's just got thoughts.
Just a little guy. Okay. So yeah, you guys, any conversation you guys are having with anybody else?
David, were you saying something?
I was gonna say, I think Whistle's probably gonna just, like, make his way back up through the castle and probably head to bed
Okay.
for the night. Yeah.
So, understood. So you can go ahead and take a long rest.
Ah, thank you.
Yep.
Angie, you're muted.
Zia is also going to go find Isandra and then also go head to bed.
Isandra would have been outside, so would you, on your departure,
okay.
have yoinked him?
Yes, I think
Okay.
Zia would have silently come back to the fire and without saying anything to anybody, would have grabbed Isandra's hand and then pulled him away.
Okay.
I believe that's a night for us. He'll kind of loop, take 2 cups of the tea, and walk away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you begin to make your way to a room with Isandra.
Billy scuttles off too. Good night.
Okay.
She is going to make a Gigan charm in her room, though. So she'll, like, the door will be cracked, and she's obviously tinkering, but she just didn't feel like being in a public space. She wanted to just kind of
Understood.
be creative, kind of alone-ish, but, like, open to specific conversation, but not necessarily ambient. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Workshop vibes.
You make your way in. You absolutely make that charm. Zio, is the intent to head to bed, or are you having a conversation with Isandra? I just want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Zio is nonverbal.
Okay. Yep. So go ahead and take a long rest.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Echinacea, you're sitting outside. The boys are there. Casimir's like, well, it looks like we've all been ditched.
I am learning that sometimes people don't want to talk, and that doesn't mean that they're mad at you, and that's okay.
Oh, honey.
And it's all good. It's
see-
fine. It's good.
You see Casimir with the expression, I've done this. This trauma
is a
starts and ends with
trauma
me.
that
Yeah.
he gave them, yeah. This is fine.
Darling, I can assure you they're not mad at you. And they love you.
Yes.
Do you need anything?
Oh, well, it's not really mine to share, but we saw some things, and we have to talk about them, but no one's here to talk about them. And, it's fine. It's all fine. It's okay. What I'm gonna do is what I can do with the magic I have left today. I'm gonna cast Glyph of Warding for the first time, I think. And dream. And I'm gonna talk to someone, and I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make there be repercussions for robbing me, and yes.
Understood. Do you? Casimir's like, oh, you just let me know if you need anything. All right.
Do you know how to cast Glyph of Warding?
Yes.
Do you want to help?
Yeah. All right.
Fucking Lermena.
Okay. I imagine you head into like your room.
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll like, because I know, obviously Kaylin can copy down wizard spells, and I think Lucian can too. So if it like, I think it might be workshop night.
Yeah.
Just all around. Like,
yeah, you and two boys are taking notes. They're just like, Like you see Lucian and Kaylin copying it down. You do hear Lucian kind of lean over to Kaylin. Well, it seems that the only time they've contemplated murder is when you go down, so you should kind of stop doing that, don't you think? Should probably get better at staying up. I'm sorry, don't hit me. I'm sorry. Don't, I'm sorry.
That's crazy, you just said.
But yeah, you and Casimir absolutely mark down a Glyph of Warding, just like around your bed or around like your belongings.
No. They are going to Glyph of Warding at 4th level, a guiding bolt for anyone who attempts to rob that bag of holding. And then I think I have one more. Do I? Yes. Okay, I do. So another 4th level. These are spell glyphs.
Yeah, correct.
So they are going to, looking at Lucian, they're just going to say, Whistle told me about what Lermena did. We're going to get it back.
I know. I'm just... With Iyo Thalor being the next thing, I suppose I feel naked without it. But the ring doesn't make me. It's just... I know we'll find it.
You're allowed to be upset.
I'm not happy. I'm far less than pleased. But I am just reminding myself that we are going to find it.
In the meantime, is there something else of sentimental value that you are feeling especially protective of?
He pats the prelude.
Same thing, Glyph of Warding on them,
Okay.
on that pocket watch.
Yeah.
It's going to be a nasty day if someone tries to take it.
And what does the Glyph of Warding look like as you cast it on these objects?
I think that Echinacea's Glyph of Warding is actually inspired by the ciphers that Lucian made for them. So they
Very
have
nice.
their book of ciphers out next to their spell book. And you can see synergies in the fairy tales that are the code for their spells, and then the ciphers that are like thieves' cant from Lucian.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Oh, sorry.
and yeah, the cipher is just a little poem about hmm, what is yours to have and hold? A thieving hand, don't be so bold. And
Love
that
it.
will be etched in this bright sort of scattering of magic. And if you've seen like Howl's Moving Castle, that little burn etched
Yeah.
in something before disappearing and being smoothed over, so it's not even visible.
Love it.
It requires a pretty high check to see like the magical residue.
Awesome. Okay. We'll pop over to see what Lazuli's doing quick as you're etching down Glyph of Wardings with the boys. Lazuli, you said you're making these charms. Anything else that you're doing before you head to bed?
He's just setting some intentions for the next day. She wants to go and talk to Rabbit and just spend some time in the library researching. And as she's making these charms, she wants to chat with Fritz.
Okay.
This could be ambient chat, doesn't have to be fully roleplayed, but just spending time getting to know Fritz.
Yeah. You're kind of spending the time and working on these charms, and Fritz kind of regales you with his experience with witches. He was born 3,000 years ago. The born is a loose term, but he has existed on Aosha for quite a long time. During the Scale Scourge is when he was summoned by the Ith. He, alongside other witches of the Bwanid Coven, actually traveled Aosha, who which at that time was being ruled by Tiamat, the five-headed scaled draconic goddess. He, alongside his first witch companion, Maribeth, brought food to communities in need, cleansed water that was completely rendered like undrinkable by conflict. There was a lot of community care that Fritz enacted with, and Maribel unfortunately died during the conflict, and Fritz was pulled very unceremoniously back to the Ith. And that seems to be a theme in Fritz's story, is that he has not been able to, in moments of the greatest need, present the same protection that the witches he is bonded to offers others. He, in moments where conflict is at its highest or betrayals happen, he has always kind of, in his perspective, failed. But and it kind of explains how he's gotten to this very like anal retentive, very sort of uptight emotional state that you met him in, right? But he, towards the end of the conversation, he just says, I find myself feeling more comfortable given the company you keep. I thought yet again it would be history repeating itself. A witch under my protection dies, and I would be able to do nothing. But they saved you.
They did. Is there any witch in particular that you miss the most? Or you wish to speak to?
I miss them all. Very much.
I have the ability to speak with them. The charms. I could make one for you. Here and there. I don't know if it would serve you or not, but...
Fritz just kind of, Fritz kind of goes into himself a little bit, and he's just... Not today. Not today.
Wait.
Lorelei
Lorelei?
was my favorite companion. She was very kind, and very gentle. Her favorite activities were gardening, chess, lectures for underserved communities. She had a small zoo out of her home, little petting zoo with fey creatures that children of the village would come and learn about and take care of. And she was wonderful.
What form did you take with her?
This one.
A stoat?
Yes.
I see.
Very similar tastes. Yes, it was a sad day when I lost her.
How did she pass? If it's not too painful to recall.
Well, at this point we were living in Drukamesh. Her hut was on the outskirts of the Drukameshian wilds. It was a beautiful place. Her home was set in the base of an old oak tree. It was about 10 times the size of one you'd see here. It was almost akin to a mage's tower. It had levels and an observatory up top. It was perfect. That is when I had my first run-in with the Mage's Arcanum. Lorelei was... She quickly learned that, She learned that the Arcanum was, taking in youngsters with magical capabilities. Attempting to teach them and, well, indoctrinate them. She was not going to allow that to happen. So she brought them into her home. And the hut was seized. Lorelei lost in the conflict. I was returned to the earth before I could say goodbye.
She holds Fritz close. It's a mixture of feelings that she feels as she realizes getting to know more about each of the witches that Fritz has been a companion to is enlightening to how she can be a witch and how she can be powerful. But each one has died. And so there is it's exciting but also sobering, and that's kind of hard for her to hold it within herself.
Yeah.
She wants to be empathetic to this creature that is experiencing this loss, but also it's like, oh, a hut. Like, there's just these things that she's still learning about being a witch.
Yeah.
And she's trying to not naively be giddy about the things that she's learning while being compassionate. And so she just knows to hug him and doesn't know what much to say. But
Yeah, and that's okay. I think you sort of fall into crafting and Fritz continues to tell you stories about the witches. At this point, it is 13 witches over the course of his 3,000 years. But a lot of that time has been interspersed with him living within the Ith. The transitional period for being called upon as an archives colleague, there's a bit of time between. So, but the longest, which was Lorelei, he was with her for 700 years. So they were...
Oh, wow.
They were close. Aspects of each other's life that could never be replaced upon losing it, right? Like, but yeah. All right. Yeah, no problem. You continue to make charms. Zio, you are sort of pulled into bed by Isandro. I'm just closing out the night here. He like completely burrito wraps you in the largest blanket he has and then throws another one on top of it. And Isandro actually for the first time begins to sing to you. His voice is incredibly raspy and earthy toned and low, but like the tune sort of like radiates through your body as he just sings you a song. And it's a song that you know very well. It's the history of Mother's Heart. It goes through the creation of the volcano and the life that stemmed from it, and the way that your culture, a fellow Nanakin, has come as a result of Mother's Heart. And he just sits there, and is very clear to him that Zio is in a nonverbal state, but he is still present all the same. And eventually you fall asleep unless there is anything else you'd like to say or do.
No, I think Zio would I think the one thing that they would do is that as Isandro starts the song starts ending, like the lyrics as Zio remembers them as they start ending, they're going to just like sneak their hand outside of like this bundle of fabrics and grab like onto Isandro to like kind of tugging them to get in bed.
Into bed. He very quickly he sort of wraps around and like pulls you very flush with him, wraps around blankets, and the warmth from him and the blankets combined with the pillow. Zio's gone in a matter of 2 seconds. It's just fucking shoo, honk, shoo, honk, shoo.
No, it's honk me me me.
Honk me 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 me. Me. Listen, okay, I stand corrected. Whistle, you head up to your room, head to bed. Any other things before you head to sleep?
No, straight to bed. I think Whistle's also, fairly nonverbal.
Okay.
As we enter the room, just kind of sends the prelude to just kind of hover over the bed, kind of like a
protective,
like an Ori or something. Yeah.
Awesome.
Nikolai can, up in the kind of hovering just beneath it and just kind of goes to bed.
Yeah, you see as almost through the center of the prelude, opening up the mind palace to you, Nikolai extends a hand, and if you so choose, you're welcomed into the apartment and able to share a bed with Nikolai if you like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
he takes his hand, and I think Whistle's gonna sleep in for the first time in a very long time.
Yeah!
He's retired.
Yeah, he's retired. He tendered his resignation. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, you head to bed. Echinacea, any last minute things for you before we end the night?
Yes, because I have the spell slot.
Oh!
Echinacea! For the first time!
For the first time in forever.
Casts Dream.
What does this look like?
I think from the outside, the only strangeness is that Echinacea has brought up with them from the garden these two hyacinth, and as they go to bed, they lay one on each closed eye. And as they smell the scent of these flowers, they start to imagine what could be the dreamscape of Uramil as they reach out to him.
Okay. Yeah, because you guys sent him to Iyo Thalor. Yep. You see an endless expanse of almost crystalline blue water. In the center of it is a delicate isle with a central castle system with about 3 or 4 spired rises, towers to look out. This is a vacation home for sure. The architecture is very similar to what you've seen in Alden Gate, very elven architecture, but here there is an incredible amount of foliage overgrowing on the towers. And sitting on a lawn chair with a sort of a reflective item, he's just kind of pops a cucumber off the eye. What are you doing here?
Echinacea is stricken as, at first glimpse, the dreamscape reminds them of when Zio died.
Yeah, truly.
It is this expanse of water with a little spit of land, and they're like, they like have an immediate panic response, and then they see the goofiest thing they can imagine, which is a full Fey Lord with like a tanner and like a tiki drink.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
What
Yes,
the fuck
hi.
are you doing here?
Well, thank you for letting me in, and I apologize.
Oh, sure. No.
Well, we are,
Mm-hmm.
goodness, where do I start? It's so good to see you.
Oh, wonderful to see you.
So, are you still in, Lockhinge?
No, on the road to Iyo Thalor, and let me tell you something.
Does it smell stinky?
Oh, I thought one hag was bad. This is a hag and something else. Incredibly stinky. I don't like it, but it has to be stopped.
Yes, I apologize. I know I sent you to, what I thought at the time was a hot, sad lady. She is a hag. Place you're headed, she's a hag.
The pipeline between sad hot lady and hag is just a hallway.
It's a straw,
It's
right?
just-
like
yeah.
it's not a pipeline, it's just a straw.
Oh, fuck. Okay, got it. Understood. What can I do for you?
Well, it seemed important for you to know that before you got there.
Mm-hmm.
And we have not discussed it as a group yet,
Mm-hmm.
but we will soon, I think. But in the meantime, I wanted to inform you of some things and maybe ask you to look out for some things.
Ooh, a mission. I haven't had a mission in a long time.
Are you open to a mission?
Oh, that'll make my ex incredibly jealous. A mission on the material plane? You have no idea.
A quest. Yes. Okay. So, first off, things to be aware of being a Fae. There is a cold iron mine to
Oh, you
the
gotta be
northeast.
fucking kidding me.
Right, important.
Oh, really?
Yes, bad for you, but also bad for the hag.
True.
Yes. Also of note, in the lower block of the city, there is a hospital with a herbarium that myself and a very lovely young Divanthir man,
Mm-hmm.
lined with cold iron, don't go in there.
Got it. Avoid
yes,
the
yes.
pretty place. Woo.
Avoid that pretty place.
Mhm.
I would love to give you a couple names that the hag threatened for you to potentially check on.
Okay. You see as the tanner just into like a long scroll, he's like, ready?
God. Oh, one day. One day. Okay.
Mhm.
What an incredible transmutation. I'm getting lost. Okay.
Mhm.
Harry Oten.
Harry Oten.
Anatole, I don't know his last name, but he is the
Anna-
lead guard.
Anatole lead guard. He takes notes like a mom at the grocery store. Name and then like light descriptor underneath. Like, okay,
Perfect.
understood.
Lila Alcott.
Lila Alcott.
Yes.
All right.
Those are the problem names. Also, though, there are people that could use checking on who could be potential allies. Rivet, the Lore Keep librarian.
Rivet.
Christopher Elmsong, the Thortell Guild leader in Iyo Thalor.
Okay.
Loretta, the Hobgoblin leader of the Belrose Hospital and their herbalist contingent.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know his name, but he goes by Harold, in parentheses, of Doom. He's a Mothman who we have protecting the exterior of the city, who has violent tendencies, but I got him to make a pact not to, so I'm sure he's pent up.
I'll look into it. Okay. I'll hide myself and see what I can find.
Thank you. I would also like to know about the status of the city. She was talking about eating people.
Okay. Yeah, I can. Yes, I can collect information. Absolutely.
Urmil, you're a godsend.
I am a god, kind of. Not really. All right. You
I
know.
don't know. You seem like it to me.
Tell that to my ex-husband. All right.
I will.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Well, yes, I'll look into all of this. Oh God, it's good to have a mission. Sort of like shuts the paper and just All right. I'm going to go to sleep now.
Okay, good night.
You see, as you begin to depart, 5 ruggedly handsome, muscular, oiled-up hobgoblins make it into the dreamscape, and we fade to black there. Oh, Ermil's gonna love Whistle. Okay.
Oh,
I picked up on it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You all head to sleep. Long rest. If you have not taken it, you take it. In the morning, the sun is out, but the cold is still present. And yeah, you guys all awake to a call over the intercom. It's just Ishror. Breakfast will be served in about 15 minutes. So, yep, you guys have a call for breakfast, and the day is yours. It is currently the 24th of Marpanoff.
thank you.
Zio, upon waking up,
Mm-hmm.
He is going to send letters off to
Okay.
Declan and Iyo,
Yep, perfect.
and then we'll use their one sending,
Okay.
and reach out to Wit.
Okay. What do you say?
Hello. Hope you're okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Is
One
is
word.
it okay? One word.
Yes. Yes. Hope you're okay. Going by syllable instead of word would be treacherous.
Yeah, right. Question.
Mm.
If I were to ask my dad to look into what happened in Tatahi, would that be okay?
You get a response. It's just sort of like, hello. It's like a sleepy voice, like, morning, just outside Illenbell. Should be at the hospital midday. Tatahi, like me?
Zio, like, why does he always ask questions back? I cannot respond. He's just like,
Sure, go ahead. Thanks for the check-in. And that's what you get.
Zio's just like,
She's like, yeah.
it's just like, okay.
Well, listen.
Did not want to assume and just
Yeah. Just go hamo. Yeah.
Mhm. And then just I don't know if Isandra would be awake.
Oh yeah, he'd be up for sure.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you want to talk about last night?
I'm still processing.
I understand.
I set a boundary that was not honored. And I don't know how I feel about that.
Sounds like a fair thing to be unsure of. I imagine this would have something to do with what happened yesterday.
I mean, yeah. Yeah. Well, yes.
Well, yes. Well, when you want to talk about it, I will be here. Anything tied to the Iron Legionnaires is complicated. I understand that.
It's only complicated because I don't know if it's only complicated because of the fact that I made a stupid decision or because we have to somehow trust decisions that have been made. I don't know. It's not complicated for me.
People make dumb decisions all the time. They are learning opportunities. I'm sorry if that was used against you. The Iron Legionnaire are complicated. Any engagement, especially for Nanakin, like ourselves, it's difficult. It's allowed to be difficult. It is a contentious history. And trusting that allies will make choices that will be the best for them and you, it's difficult. Especially when, well, groups like the Iron Legionnaire enter the fold.
I am afraid of having to once again make adjustments in the pursuit of gaining favor with other people, in the pursuit of respecting other people. And that grace not being provided to me in kind. It was a boundary.
If you do not wish to work with the Legionnaires or engage with them, then don't. No one can make you.
It makes me fear how much longer I have in this space. If at some point in the future, that must come to pass. I have to accept that everyone will do what is right by them and what is right by us. But does that mean that I have to bend in order to remain here?
That is not a question I can answer. You should eat.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right. Unisandra, move down. Anybody else? As you're making your way downstairs for breakfast.
Lazuli is in the most what's the saying? Mockery is the greatest form of flattery.
Mm-hmm.
In some way, not necessarily with her hair, because her hair is braided pretty tightly down her back, and it'll probably end up in a bun later, but is mirroring Echinacea a bit in their clothes. So they're actually wearing some kind of comfier trousers and a loose flowing like white button-down blouse with a collar, and they've got some of their bells and whistles in their book, and some like comfy slippers. But they look like they're about to get shit done.
Love that.
Something's up. They're not casual, and they've been reviewing some notes that they've been making this morning. Something's on their mind as they go down.
Okay. All right, you head down. Whistle, Echinacea.
Gonna head down and regroup with the crew.
Okay, you just kind of quickly make your way down.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Echinacea.
Echinacea will do the same, and because I demand the synergy, I think Echinacea has gone to Lazuli's closet after Lazuli left and has found like a fitted dress and a belt and
Nice.
is like adopting her style for the day, but it's burgundy.
Lou's fucking like, ah! Okay.
Scream.
They meet each other in the halls, like,
Sharp.
oh my.
Look at you.
Oh my. All right. And you guys all make it to the main dining hall where breakfast is being provided for you all. Wide array of eggs, vegetables, potatoes, mash, anything. But the scene is yours. You're all together. I will say, Kalen is currently at the temple. He is doing some paladin cleric stuff.
He's cleaning.
He's clean. That's crazy!
Damn.
That's fucking crazy!
Damn.
Holy shit! He's like, I'm so sorry. I didn't, I should have.
She said she liked it.
She had no issues. Listen, the Catholic guilt runs deep. Listen, he was a cleric of Ayun. He's now become a cleric, a paladin. Angie, horny Joe. Bonk, incredible.
It's
Phenomenally
honestly
done.
incredibly
Horny
valid.
Jill for me?
Yeah, I was about to
Y'all
say,
are
I took
out
my
here.
character and fucked in a temple. Angie is fine.
All
This
right.
man was literally buck naked. His butt was touching the temple ground.
Kaylin pushing the Oathbreaker line here.
No, sure. Her domain. She has the domain of love and lovers. Listen,
Okay.
that's her shit. She truly.
Oh.
She did say she was like,
Got
yeah,
it.
all right.
That was
Yeah.
worship.
That was worship.
Yeah,
that was
worship.
Listen, he strengthened his oath.
Take me to church.
Take me to church.
Okay, but yes, and Lucian is he is not present either. So it's pretty much just the party here.
Parents are gone?
Parents are gone.
Important question. Okay.
Are gone.
It is just Ishror's about to leave. He just says, "I have some lettuce to send," but the
Lettuce?
I heard the same thing, Lazuli.
letters,
Are you making BLTs?
letters.
I'm just being a shit.
I have
Sorry.
I have to send mail. But it seems it is just you all here.
Right.
All right. Well, have a good morning. But yeah, it is all of you guys. So the scene is yours.
Lazuli I've just been doing some light reading like with her sketchbook. She doesn't say that or her notebook, but just promptly sits down, looks around the table, and rolls for perception. I just want to pick up the vibes.
Give me a
As I
percent.
look at the
No, that's going to be an insight check.
Okay, insight? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a nat 20 plus 10. That's a
Damn.
30. Literally sits down, looks around, and she's gonna clutch every single one of y'all bitches.
Everything.
A mother is mothering on Mother's Day.
On Mother's Day?
Okay, so I'm gonna leave that to you guys to say what Lazuli picks up with a natural 20. Whoever wants to go first.
Yeah.
I think because how are we seated?
That's up to you guys.
Bring out a map.
That's up to you guys. It's a long
Yeah.
table that Ishror has sort of shortened down to accommodate 6 seats. So there are 2 extra around.
I feel like Zio is as far away from Whistle as possible.
Makes sense.
It's
Yeah.
about to be a logic puzzle. If Theo is as far away,
Yeah. You can't put Zio next to Whistle, and you can't put Whistle next to.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't put Zio next to
So
Whistle.
yeah, I think
I
Zio.
feel like possibly opposite corners of the table.
Yeah. Understood. That makes sense to me. But so you sit across, but what does she glean, like, insight wise, emotional state? Where are you guys at?
Zio is not their usual bubbly self, and has also been eating very typically, like, Zio's a messy, like, gluttonous eater. Zio is very much deliberately eating, and like each bite like takes forever.
okay, all right.
Whistle's probably didn't. I think Whistle's gonna play kind of like ignorant dad kind of thing here. He just kind of walks in, doesn't really pick up on the vibe immediately. Goes to initially goes to sit next to Zio, kind of sees okay, and sits down, but is gonna kind of frequently glance over at Zio. But
Got it.
yeah.
Echinacea, who has not rolled insight and is only paying attention to the book that just got slammed on the table, has scooted up next to you, clocked nothing about the emotional states of the people here, clearly is like ready to plan and get to work. And is oblivious to the everything that you pick up on.
Mm-hmm. Right. Seems that we have something to sort out before we get planning.
Right. There are a lot of spelling errors here. I understand that. I imagine you were writing very quickly.
That's crazy.
We're falling apart, guys. We're falling apart.
It seems as if at the onset of new character art, we need a new cast of characters.
We're like, wow.
Lazuli and Echinacea.
The end of the faded.
The end of the faded, yeah.
I think Echinacea looks
Is
up
this
after.
our first squabble?
Are we squat? Wait, what were you talking about? I thought that was what.
That's my shorthand.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
It's not.
Wait, what do we have to
She's
talk
lying.
about?
Lazuli's like, Whistle, what did you say to Tio? Is it okay if I glean that much? I feel like I could tell that.
Yeah, you could tell that absolutely
30.
something was said, for fucking sure.
Yeah. Looks over to Zio and
I don't
says,
think that's really necessary to talk about right now if there's more important things to discuss.
If that's how you feel.
kind of nods back to you, Lazuli.
Lazuli takes a moment, realizing that her gung-ho attitude was maybe a little harsh, but I want to respect your all's privacy, but I don't think that leaving it at the stage in which it is will benefit going plan. In my perception, this does not feel like an atmosphere that feels wholly constructive.
I
That's
wouldn't
my
want
own-
to. Well, I don't want to speak out of turn and be overly emotional, so.
Insight check on that. Is there like any glances or?
I love everybody above table being silly goofy, and the table right now in game is like. We're
Still
gonna
just drinks his coffee.
Lazuli, we're gonna
19.
we're gonna honor the 30. Like we're still in the same conversation. You hear Fritz just kind of something was said.
Her espresso just kicked in, and she's like locked in on this.
Yeah. It's clear to see that like Zio's response was a response itself to something that was said to them.
I don't take myself to be a mediator, but your emotions are valid, and if we are to go forth, and she glances at Echinacea for reassurance or anything, if we are to go forth together and face whatever comes next, which it appears that there will be a lot, I think talking about it, at least letting us know what happened, I don't know if we can solve it, but suppressing it can only create more trouble later. But if we would like to postpone this confrontation, and if you feel both up to planning, then I respect that as well.
Yeah. I think a little bit of time is a good idea. Some wounds are still fresh.
Nod.
Okay.
Echinacea touches Lazuli's back. Just
He,
a
like,
silent
Flops
comfort.
down. Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Your shorthand is great. I need more coffee to understand things.
You see as Abbott sort of, and there's the coffee.
Abbott,
I'm
my
just-
hero.
I'm just gonna leave a couple pictures here. You guys need some privacy here.
Yes, sir.
Zuli's completely deflated. Like,
Uh,
she was all puffed up, and now she's just like, I'm stupid. I did something wrong. I should never.
No!
Abbott.
She's not saying it, but she's just like,
Yeah.
Can Zio pick up on that? Like,
oh yeah, she's
Yeah, I
a
don't think that's
shitty
being
fucking
hidden, yeah.
actor. She's just like, I'm trying to help. Fuck. And she's just like putting her like nose. She's not trying to guilt you guys into doing
Yeah,
something.
it's
but she's
just-
like, I don't know how to
What-
fix this.
Yeah.
What did you find, Lazuli?
Well, most of my notes are just personal improvement plans.
I love her so much. Lazuli's writing her own self-help book meant for herself. Incredible.
But I know Echinacea had some things that they wanted to talk about, and I've got coffee.
Well, okay. Don't sell yourself short. The thing that I want to talk about is your thing.
My thing.
Parents are gone.
Oh, yes.
The
What?
thing. We saw someone yesterday.
Right.
Was-
Yeah.
Was it when you like?
He's actually giggling. It's sorry, my notes got so much further from that point that I forgot the origins. Right. Yes. So I died yesterday, and
Like,
wait, or was it 2 days ago? It was yesterday.
was
right?
yesterday.
Yesterday. It was
it was
yesterday.
Right.
yesterday.
Okay. So I died yesterday, and Echinacea saved me. Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you for saving me.
Thank you for
What if
saving
I
me.
actually said thank you? Anyways, we saw Lizzie, and apparently Viola's going to be revived. Not really dead, but not really here just yet. But that's Lizzie's goal. Yeah,
No, that's not really that surprising.
right.
Whistle
But
Viola is the hag who made the initial pact with Lazuli.
Understood.
Right. Which I do have some requirements to fill out with that pact, and I've been puzzling on that, pinning that for later. But Lizzie said she had some plans for Iyo Thalor that seem a little worrying. So I think that's our next stop, correct? By little worrying, absolutely harrowing is what I mean.
Very bad, no good, eating civilians. She threatened Lila Alcott specifically.
Right.
Wait, Mrs. Alcott?
Yes.
Like Declan's
Yes.
grandmother?
I
Mother.
knew she was.
Is it mother or grandmother?
It's his mom.
And mom. Okay.
She's been on her nab list for a while.
Why? What does she gain from someone like Lila Alcott?
Spite. It's an act of spite.
And it's interestingly twisted because she's going after people who aren't even that vivacious, who won't even feed her that much. She's preying on the weak, the people who are already in pain.
Who are the other ones?
She
That was shared
threatened-
a while ago, yeah.
She threatened Anatole and Harry Oden.
Harry Oden was Sir's friend, and Anatole. Wasn't he a friend of yours, Echinacea?
He's a guard of the Whitmore estate. I just talked to him a lot because I talked to Lucian a lot, and to talk to Lucian, I had to go past a guard because Lucian was in prison.
Anatole was present with all of you guys. He was your liaison through the Whitmore estate, essentially. Like, yeah.
So is she targeting people that we would care about?
Spite.
There's not much I can do from a distance. Stop her. The first time that she revealed her heart, no, second, she forced me to choose someone to feed the heart to. Right after we had just left Norfolk, I believe. And something in her is different. Something is snapped. She's desperate. I think we could prey on that desperation. She's acting rashly. And Lucian mentioned that she's very vain. And if we can take advantage of her hubris and maybe make her rashly to prove something to us, I'm not sure.
So she is... Not only is she your patron, she is bringing Viola back, or something is happening to bring Viola back. People in Iyo Thalor are being harmed, and she has that weird staff that was tied to Ishror in this entire thing.
Right.
Staff that took out most of the Famar. Yeah, I think we do need to go to Iyo Thalor.
So I reached out to Uramil.
Who?
And he is on his way from Lockinge, where we met him, to Iyo Thalor. And he, Whistle, we met a lovely Fey Lord who has been vacationing in Drifton, and he's heading to Iyo Thalor now to scope out the place. He can smell hags, which is very nice for us. So he's going to assess the situation, and in the meantime, I've been thinking a lot about the cold iron mine. Fae, including Lazuli, are susceptible to cold iron unless it's been whispered to by a Divanthier. Whistle. There is a hospital in the lower block, which Declan Elcott, who's also a Divanthier, he whispered to the cold iron there so that non-hostile Fae could enter, but hostile Fae could not. My thinking, we know that her heart is somewhere on the grounds of the Whitmore estate, below it, based on the what the Oracle told us. So, if we could craft some sort of entrapment of cold iron and make it so that it is only hostile Fae are susceptible, perhaps we could trap the heart and rob her of her access to it.
Until she possibly finds a Divanthier to speak to the iron, to the coal. That's a possibility.
While it's trapped and she's weakened, we could kill her, or could you dismantle a heart, free that energy, or?
Sir did it. Casting ceremony. Which I know, and Kaylin knows, and...
So, you set up the barrier and then cast the spell.
So, it is a long... How long does that take? Me, Button, forget.
Ceremony is an hour.
It's an hour. It would take an hour. It would take some time. So it's a matter of... She would have to find a Divanthier in an hour. And she would probably be angry in the meantime. So, I don't think it's just a matter of sneaking in and doing this. My instinct is to try and get the people of Iyo Thalor out until we are able to remove the threat that is Elizabeth Whitmore.
If she feeds on people, then that plan might achieve the same goal of keeping it from becoming more empowered.
Take away her food, get rid of her heart.
Where would they go? People.
Well, so I reached out to Irma last night, but I'm going to, with everyone's permission, I'd like to reach out to Henrik tonight. As you remember, the Viper's Hand member who, after we fought, seemed a little more friendly to us.
Guilty, yeah.
The underground.
You won't, exactly. The underground, a mile north from Iyo Thalor, is accessible to the Viper's Hand. So, if he said he might know some heroic folk, we could put them there. We have Harold protecting those woods.
Does Zio remember in any sort of history with the Bright Fury Guild if they had ever put aside their contention with the Viper's Hand to work together?
Absolutely,
with them?
yes. That is not an incredibly. It is a rare occurrence, but a few times come to your head, particularly during the Scale Scourge. It was already broached, but the Viper's Hand were instrumental in getting relics of power to those who needed them, for stealing items that could potentially ensure a long-lasting rule of Tiamat, and using those underground tunnels, take them away. There were conflicts particularly tied to the Scorched Isle, which would resonate with Zio, where Viper's Hand that were on the Isle aided with the Bright Fury and helped fend off Iron Legionnaire soldiers when they were particularly hungry for soldiers. You know that there was it wasn't a dragon, but it was a draconic-like creature in the southern parts of Seameat in Driftin. The Bright Fury and Viper's Hand met there and joined forces to stop this horrid beast from sundering the seaside city.
Just above table, Christopher Elmsong. He's the Bright Fury.
He's the leader of the Thortel Guild.
Thortel.
The Thortel Guild. Who is the leader of the Bright Fury that Kaelin knows?
Kaelin, I don't believe Kaelin knows a Bright Fury leader.
I remember specifically a name that is
Milana, purportedly Bright Fury emissary in Iyo Thalor.
Oh yeah.
No, it was not that. I think specifically, I thought that the person that Kaelin came with from the thing was
from Zendrix. No, that
was tied to the Bright Fury. I remember that being like a thing of like Zio. Like I remember specifically Zio having a moment of like, oh, that's the leader of the Bright Fury Guild.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The individual that you are thinking of is Karoth Stir, the bugbear leader of the Bright Fury Guild. So Karoth is a bugbear individual who worked. What you're talking about is the Thortel and Bright Fury worked together, and when that name was mentioned, yes, exactly. So yes, Karoth Stir would come to your mind.
But he's been traveling in the south of Driftin.
That's the last you've heard of his location. Yep.
But I remember, like, they were traveling. Wasn't he traveling with Christopher?
He was traveling. He had traveled with Christopher recently.
Okay.
Christopher was the last person that saw Karoth. So Karoth and Christopher went to Iyo Thalor, dropped Christopher off, and then Karoth left and has been traveling Driftin since then.
Okay. Maybe if Milana, if we could maybe get in contact with her and Iyo Thalor, we could ask her about seeing if information can be sent out to Karak, and maybe Heinrich can send out information to their leader. See how best we can use, because if we have to hole up for an hour while the ceremony happens, we might need bodies. Lots of them.
That seems wise to me. I've never met Milana, I've just heard of her, but I believe you met her, correct?
Yes, I met her before what happened in the lower block.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you can reach out to Milana and see if the Bright Fury has intel and is willing to fight this lady. I can reach out to Henrik tonight and discern the same.
I can work on a cage for you.
Whistle's like
Echinacea like shakes Whistle for a second, like hugs him, just like This is incredible.
Okay. Lazuli, it looks like you had something to say.
We could reach out, because I don't actually see it on the map, but Driftin is really close to Iyo Thalor too, right?
It's right on the border.
Yeah. I could reach out.
Or it's right close to
Victor.
it.
I know I can message him or send to him, and also play bait.
What do you mean? What?
Well, to distract her. No?
It's not that it's a bad idea, I just don't like it.
We just have to do it wisely. But if I were to be somewhere else, I don't know how well I could entangle her away from her heart, but that could be a case.
Not alone.
If it's possible, to have Cold Iron be selective about which fate it affects, then we can give you an advantage.
Just go to the herbarium. It's already
Hmm.
set up to do so. To be
Oh.
friendly to you. Specifically, Declan made it so.
The herbarium?
In the lower block hospital.
Oh, I see. And then, in order to gain her trust, I could fulfill the requirements of my pact and say that the something blue is a flower. That was my last something there.
Have her come there to pick it with you. You don't necessarily have to pick it.
Oh, I see. But I'm saying that the motives of fulfilling the pact would be to garner her trust.
What would happen if she goes into the herbarium and attacks Lazuli?
Specifically, she would be unable to get into the herbarium.
Yeah, that's it.
So, what that looks like is unknown. Obviously, because you guys have not seen a malicious fae try to enter a space that is warded by cold iron. But it would be impossible for her to enter.
Mm-hmm.
That space would protect you.
Is there a way that we could teleport the heart into the herbarium? Because that's already a built cage.
I don't have the I'm not good enough at magic yet. I'm not good enough at magic yet. It's a someday
It's
thing.
just an idea. But
It's a someday thing.
I feel like steam's coming out of my ears and she rubs her ears.
Right now, Whistle can make a cold iron cage.
Right.
I
Can we
could,
get it in there without being detected?
depending on how you construct the cage, I have a secret chest. So if it is collapsible,
It's possible that the cage may not even need to be cold iron until that's actually needed. You can transmute metal from one type to another.
Oh.
So we could start off with a lead cage. Once she's in, then make it cold iron.
That would also take a minute.
Mhm.
So if you guys are like in a scrap, that would also take time.
Yeah.
there is cold iron available in Iyo Thalor, Whistle, so we could go there and fabricate one. Okay, so things we need. A quickly constructible cage for the heart. The heart is big, by the way. It's like this.
Roughly measures and goes,
5 feet.
Maybe more.
Yeah.
Do you still have
Above?
those?
I'm not trying to, stop this conversation whatsoever. I like the in-person thing. But I know we also have strategy corner. I don't know if we want to cook on this longer. Like, I feel like we have to in pressure have this in
The thing
person.
is,
This is a big plan.
absolutely,
So-
yeah. You can strat more in strategy corner, absolutely. That's more than fine. But I think you guys have the good basis and the good bones of a plan.
We can say we made the plan. And then
Yeah. So we'll kind of fast forward on
You-
this here.
I don't want to cut people short, but
No, it's fine. I think
We're
we're reaching the point where we are like it's a lot of hearsay and like, oh, we're not sure. So I want to give you guys a space, and I know you're all big brain thinkers, so I want to give you the space to like take the time and do so, right? Because we're not going to be in Iyo Thalor today. But what? But you are all you're all still there, and this over the course of you guys probably spend the next few hours here. Over the course of the day, this becomes essentially a war room where each and every one of you are planning. Ishror, as he walks by, he doesn't encroach on the space, but he closes off the kitchen, and you see as it does shift into a bit of a war room, there is a map of Tolesh sort of made up for you. It is very clear you're planning. Coffee has been replenished. Food is available. You guys are given the space to plan, and to plan in private. Which is, you know, probably the most important thing, given that there's a lot of information that, like, we don't want kind of transferring to specific people. Okay. I think, yeah.
Towards the end of it, I think when we like decide to like maybe take a break or something.
Yeah.
Zio will approach Lazuli.
I wanted to say thank you for earlier. Thank you for trying.
Thank you for your patience with me. I could sense something, but I know it wasn't something I could fix.
It's not. And that's okay.
Is it?
It is. This is... It's a little more serious than just a squabble. So.
If it's that serious, do you want to tell me?
No, because I don't want to misinterpret anything and end up with people having to pick sides. I think this is just something that Whistle and I have to contend with. I think my perception of what happened is informed with my experience, and his perception of what happened is informed with his experience. And I think it'll take time. I'm hoping something comes from it before it gets too bad.
Lazuli is being eaten apart by curiosity.
Yeah.
Like, I want to crack this. Like, you're making it. So you're like, I can hear the sizzles and pops, and like
This
I
is
can
building
smell
up
it,
like
but...
crazy. Yeah.
But she takes a deep breath, and I haven't mentioned this before, but Lazuli has a scar from her
From her death.
flash. She was shot straight in the chest, I believe, and so there's kind of a little starburst on her sternum, covered up, but her hand reaches there, thinking to the fact that she does not want to talk to really any people about that right now, that aren't willing to be pragmatic and look past all of the hairy, gross, like, emotions and stuff. And as much as I can, I think I understand, but that's a heavy weight to bear. And if it's something that's so divisive, sometimes that information is good for us to know as well, so we can make our own decisions. Not necessarily to pick sides, but I don't know what I don't know. And I trust you. Trust you to tell me what I need to know, and I trust you to say what you need to say. And I love you.
I love you too, Lazuli. And I'm sorry that if I hadn't acted you wouldn't have gone down.
There's no way to know one way or another if I could have dodged, if I could have killed him first, stopped him. But I'm alive, and so are you.
Yeah.
What do you have on your agenda today?
All right. And I think with that, we're going to take our last break here. And then we'll pick up having spent a couple hours after this conversation. So, all right. We will see you guys in about 10 minutes. Bye. hear you guys. Whistle's back to level 1, if you believe that.
All right.
Damn it.
So, we conclude the Fated's planning session. Is there anything you guys say to each other as you do you guys depart? Like, what do you guys do now that your planning
I got a
session
couple
is over?
things.
Oh, okay.
Not too much.
No, hey,
first,
take the time.
I just want to check with Echinacea.
Do you still have all the weapons we collected back at Cyberhome?
Oh fuck!
I do. Yes.
Oh
Yeah, you forgot about those, huh?
shit! Everybody's gonna
Yes, I
walk in
do.
with fucking cold iron weapons. Oh god damn it! Oh,
I'm gonna need something to practice on, so I was wondering if you didn't have any plans for them.
Echinacea pulls a blade like a magician out of this bag that is too small to hold it by all visible, understanding. And they hold it in front of Whistle. They look up at him. Please practice.
Thank you. I'll take all of them.
Okay. Magician. As they're doing that clang, clang, clang. You don't have to talk about anything. Just know that I love you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. I think that's a short list. I think you're amongst a short list of people. But I appreciate it deeply. And I love you too, for what it's worth.
It's worth the world. What do you mean? Echinacea trips over all the swords they just pulled out of their bag to throw.
Give it a
a
shot.
hug. It's okay.
Whistle's gonna hold you close, and I think probably Echinacea, you might be the only one at this point who can hear it. And just he says,
I promise I'll do what I can to protect you all. No matter the cost.
I believe you. And I promise to be there for you. And to protect you. In all the ways I can.
Alright, let's see what we can do.
I don't think Whistle really knows how to process it beyond this.
Understood.
Mhm.
Gotta go back into
Echinacea doesn't push it, yeah.
function mode. Then I think Whistle. I only have because I counted charges from when I made the bishop for
You've
Lucian.
long rested.
But it resets at dawn, and I think I did that, or it resets at dusk. And I think I did that at dusk. So I don't know if I.
Oh yeah. No, you wouldn't have those charges yet.
So I can do about 90 pounds. I can do that once.
Well, on another sword.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was thinking
okay, you wanna
the
do it-
transmutation.
Yeah, you want
Yeah.
to do it to all of the swords.
Yeah,
I
All
think.
30.
Yeah, they're. Well, how the fuck much does
I
a?
love
I don't know how much it counts. How many of
I
them
love
are.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Metal
We're just gonna go Full Metal Alchemist. 5e weight.
Alchemist.
3 pounds a piece. No shit. You can literally do all of them with 90. Holy shit! Incredible.
All right, no.
Hmm?
10 pounds within. Sorry, it's 90 feet. Never mind.
And
And that's also a different one. For this, the transmutation, it just says 30 feet of here to different. It doesn't specify how many for the transmutation, so I'll just do one sword for now because it's only going to last for a minute.
Yeah.
He's going to try to do the others, and not succeed. Is he kind of like he's going to take them all and put them all in a circle and ruin Ishror's floor by stabbing them into the ground.
creating like an alchemy circle.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool. I love that.
Yeah, he's gonna sit in the middle, and kind of stand on the prelude a little bit, so we were just floating and there's
Magneto
there's
is
a magnet.
fuck.
Yeah. There's kind of a magnetism kind of happening in the air. Any sort of like little metal object probably also being affected, if that's all right.
Yeah, there's around the room you're just hearing this kind of resonant like as this magnetic effect is like kind of pulling on objects within the room, like candle stands, anything like that is just kind of shaking at your presence.
And then he's going to open his eyes, look at the sword directly in front of him, and he's going to say,
I implore you to change.
And what does this look like as it does?
As it goes from probably just a regular steel sword into a cold iron sword, I think the blade itself gets really cold so that you can kind of feel it if you're just nearby it. And the metal it stays metal, but it changes from a solid to kind of a liquid as it reshifts. And as the reflective surface, looks at all of us, changes all of our expressions as we're looking at the metal, as it changes with it, and then kind of reforms back to a cold iron blade. But this time it's going to have the same Damascus surface, like the Dyphanthier, like Nikolai and
like Nikolai, the halberd, like even there's an element to the prelude, right, that sort of adopts that Damascus sort of etching. Again, and if others are in the room, you also hear resonating from the sword that almost like resonant mechanism that is Whistle's soul-forged abilities manifesting in front of you.
Incredible.
You have a soul-forged longsword.
Holds it up, looks at the rest of them and says,
I need more practice.
Bravo! Oh my goodness.
You said that you've seen it affect only specific Fae.
Yes, Declan whispered to the cold iron, and I believe asked it to be kind to those who were kind.
Okay. Yeah, Whistle's gonna do the same. Hold the blade up to him.
Be kind to those who are kind.
I need you to make me a persuasion check.
Wait, 1 second. Can I ask you something too?
It might be the same thing that I'm thinking. Please go ahead.
Well, hang on. I was gonna say, don't tell me the result.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, hang on. So it's a 7 on the dice
7
plus.
on the dice.
I think he's only got like a 4 or something. Or sorry, no, when persuasion. A 0, so it's a 7 flat.
7 flat, and I have a follow-up question.
Okay.
Do you think you're kind?
No. Good point. He's gonna hand the blade, hand the hilt over to Echinacea, and say,
Strike me.
Ah.
I'm Fae. Let's see if it worked.
Do you strike him?
Does something happen before?
You guys would both see as Whistle holds the. I believe you're probably holding the blade, right? Handing Echinacea the hilt. As it begins to transfer, Echinacea, you sort of like just hover your hands underneath it, but you see the blade, that liquid that you saw, create smaller, almost hypothermic needles, like just stabbing into Whistle. You didn't even have to swing.
Stop it! No!
You pull it away and it doesn't do anything.
No! It's still in Whistle?
No, it's out now.
Oh, okay.
No. As soon as Whistle pulled his hand away,
like
the sword is just a normal sword.
Bad sword.
Ding, 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 ding.
At least we know it is cold iron.
Can I fix it?
It's alright, I don't think it...
Do I take any damage?
Muted.
No, it did not do any damage. This was just because like there was no attack roll made, right?
Yeah.
So this is just this sword offering its
Reaction,
warning that you are not a kind fae, and I was
Yeah.
told not to be kind to kind fae.
Mhm.
Oh boy.
All right.
All right. Well, okay.
But yeah, after a minute, it'll revert back to a steel
Yep.
sword.
You guys see over that minute, like the magical effect lingers, but then just all the sort of like ice flux and the Damascus coating just fades, and it is once more a mundane longsword.
So if we're thinking about using the Divanthier power, is the transmutation going to last more than what this lasted for in regards to the cage?
No, that's why I think we should go to the cold iron mine, get
Mhm.
cold iron that is cold iron all the time, and then Whistle can fabricate that.
We have a minute to lure her into the trap.
Can I end the change of the metal?
Like
Earlier?
dismiss
Like-
it? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I can end it, but it'll only last a minute. So,
Eh,
I don't think I can do any more today.
I think Whistle's like hands are trembling a little bit as he's expended all of the charges of the transformation.
Well, and to be clear, the transmuting is a minute. You can
Yeah.
create something, and
Fabricate.
that
Yeah.
form will last.
Yeah. Yep.
So you have there's no like rush on that. Once it's made, it's made.
Yeah.
So no worries there. Just wanted to make sure that was clear, because you're not transmuting the cold iron.
Yeah. This was just the initial transmutation, but yeah, there's still the
Yep.
manipulation that we can make
Correct.
the cage with.
Yep, exactly. Okay. Angie, please.
Can Zio go find Casimir?
Yeah, absolutely. I think as I'll say at this point, then yeah, like you guys kind of peel off if you do. So anybody who's peeling off, not difficult to find. You see, sitting in like an open reading room, Casimir is just kind of flipping through some pages. Oh, hello, Zio. How are you doing today?
Hi. I need a big favor from you.
Big favor. What's on your mind?
Are you well rested?
A little hungover, I'm not going to lie to you, but I slept very well.
How many times can you cast teleport?
If I wanted to, twice.
Would you be able to take me back to the spot where we fought Ishror?
What for?
I have to. Do you know about the Amine?
I am fairly read on them. Yes, not a... I know of them, yes.
They helped us. And it's an exchange. I can feel it, that there's something that I have to give in return. And we left suddenly and I could not.
Yes, it was tense. Let me...
I couldn't complete my side.
I understand. Spirit calling.
Mhm.
Let me take a look first, and that will inform my answer to your question. You see as Casimir sort of stands, and this arc of electricity kind of forms a circle in front of you as he casts Scry on the spot that you guys teleported from. He sort of looks down, and you see the snowy valley that you all did battle with Ishror in. Past some singe marks on the tree, a small bit of remaining smoke, footsteps and large draconic footfalls, there is no sign of Isradon or the Legionnaires from what you and Casimir can see through this scrying. And he just sort of, well, it looks safe. That will tap me out for the day on teleports, but I suppose I don't know what else everyone is doing today. Is your party aware?
No.
You should make them aware. But I will take you.
Okay. You should be quick.
It's all right. I understand that is meaningful to you. And I am, despite our first meeting, am trying to be more considerate of factors like that.
Thank you for being considerate.
You're welcome.
Can you consider one more thing?
You're asking a lot of me. I'm kidding. What do you...
It is quite a bit.
Please.
Any information on the mechanism that removes orbs from your body? The one that's in Sunwall.
The primordial diffuser.
Yes.
What do you wish to know?
Well, does it work both ways? Does it add and also remove?
Yes. Yes, it is. You can see Casimir just sort of like, he doesn't get uncomfortable at the question, he gets uncomfortable at a memory. It can be used to inject individuals. He sort of flexes his hands. Yes. But in that same vein, it can be used to remove traces of the primordial current that are scientifically added to a patient. Scientifically, magically, yes.
Okay. What happens to someone after it's removed? Have you seen it?
Yes, I have. It is draining on the physical body. Just as it is, it's draining upon entry and exit. Having that much raw power removed, your body, much like any source of magic you draw from, becomes dependent. And I've never seen it be lethal. Not lethal by itself. There have been other factors that have led to death, but after it's used, rest and plenty of medical attention is needed.
Many have you seen? How many have you seen be removed in one go? Or from just one person?
I from one person, I think the most I've seen removed is 5.
That tracks along with what we learned. Apparently more than 6, and the body doesn't.
Begins to reject it.
Yes.
Yes.
It's different for some people, though.
It is different for people with lineages that tie back to the great elementals of our prehistory.
Did you know anyone like that?
Yes, one or two. They handled it better at first, but I think there was a point after 7 or 8 where the same physical wear was seen.
How big is this thing?
It is essentially a large chair. It has a centrifuge on the side and with a varying array of needles and vials. It's sizable.
Is it metal?
Parts of it.
Can whistle transmute more than just metal?
No, it is specifically
No.
metal.
Metal stuff, yeah. Is it stuck in place?
I believe that the facility that I was a part of had it fixed in place. The process is, well, harrowing. So movement is likely. So in order to keep a patient and the machinery secure, then yes, it is bolted into place.
Okay. There's this person that we know. I've said that there's a way to try and get them removed from him. And well, I also have 3 and have been considering
removal.
Yes.
Well, if we were to find one of these machines, I would be happy to aid in any removal. I know how to operate them.
So you have to be present. Someone
Someone
from the academy.
someone needs to operate the machine. Yes.
Okay.
It just to initiate and to complete the process. Yes. I don't have to be there for the treatment, but I would like to, given the volatility of such processes.
I think I would want to try it out on myself first before putting someone through that.
I think that's honorable, Zia.
Well, I've been trying to have him trust me. And I think he would trust me more if he knew that I've been through it myself.
Meeting him halfway.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be happy to help. I've been looking to, well, for something similar. I'd make a party out of it.
What do you mean?
Sort of like the electricity sort of jolts from his hands. You see the electric scars. When I was young, amidst other experiments, the primordial current was injected into me. I was asleep when that process was initiated, so I was not nearly as steeled as I should have been. It was as if waking from a nightmare only to experience true horror. And yes, I think it's about time to get it removed.
You still have the...
Yes. I believe a small part of myself kept it as punishment for all of the terrible things I've done, the pain I've caused. I thought, well, maybe I should experience some of that. But that is not how we grow, as I have been told.
Well, if you show me how to use the machine, then I can do it for you, and then you can do it for me.
Puts out a very shaky hand. You can see the tremors present in Casimir, given the effect this magic has had on his hands. He shakes. Well, let's make it a deal then, Mr. Marino.
Okay. I'll go tell the rest. But
And
we're going back.
Absolutely. And I will be ready to teleport. All right. You're welcome. And you make your way off. Lazuli, Echinacea, anything you guys want to get up to? And this time we touch base with Whistle and Zio. Want to check in with you guys.
Ooh, the library.
You run to the library. And you do see Ishror in there, and he says, I can find no peace here. Everyone is here, and I'm not used to everyone being here. It's lovely, but I am starting to get tired of it. Part of me wants to have this entire castle to myself, and I know that's selfish, but also I'm anxious. Hi, love. How are you?
Hi, Unkin.
Are you all right? Feel like we've barely seen each other since you've been back home.
I lots to study. Has Abbott been around lately?
Oh, Abbott is actually in the back, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Unkin.
Oh, you're welcome. You kind of scoot past him, and he's just, all right. Well, he continues in his book. You seek out Abbott. Not hard for you to find him. He's a large and, from what we've seen, very handsome alloy-born individual. You walk up, and he just sort of...
What do you mean by that?
Listen, I might want to fuck the robot. You ever make a character...
Someone?
No! You find Abbott, who's just, hey there, sweetheart. I just finished pulling for you.
Oh, really? Thank you.
Yeah, of course. How are you doing?
Good. Well, yes, good.
Sounds like you're trying to convince yourself more than me.
What's your definition of good, I suppose?
You're alive. That's good to me.
Good. Well, then I'm peachy.
Peachy. All right. Is there anything else you need from me?
Not at the moment. But what are your plans this afternoon?
Working. Nothing.
All right.
Nothing else. I'll just be around the castle. What do you got in mind?
Is there a good way I can quickly get to you? Is there an intercom system somewhere? Or,
You can always hit the intercom system. Call my name. I'll come run it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. Sort of hands you a stack of about 6 books on death, afterlives, things of that nature.
Right.
And yeah, you have these books. You just kind of settle in and start reading.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything particular you're looking to glean? Anything particular you're looking to expand on? Anything like that is interesting you at this point in time specifically?
Absolutely. As for death, she's going to look into. I have death. She's going to look into varying afterlives, so variability in afterlives. So basically the breadth of the types, the kinds, and also the depth. So the difference between maybe something like a what's the word? Not placebo. Why am I thinking?
Like the liminal space.
It starts with a P, right? No.
Purgatory?
Limbo. Purgatory, yeah. Like, is there that when you go to die? Do you go there first? Or is it straight to death? Like, what influences behind it?
Across books, you find specifically with people who meet their final death, they are ferried by the Matron of Ravens to their afterlife. And if they're not directly ferried by her, they are ferried by agents of the Matron. But usually, unless in times of like great need, she is elsewhere, the Matron to be one that spreads herself a bit thin in regards to being present for those who worship her. She understands that there's a lot of weight to her domain, and she makes sure as much as she can in her power to give that time. But when individuals die, folks are met with that liminal space, which has been dubbed the between. It is not necessarily death. It is the soul's moment to accept or deny. And the between is a place where individuals, much like you've seen in your revivification and your own death, the between is meant to reflect a place that is tempting stay in. You know, like for Zio, obviously you weren't there, but I believe it was discussed where it was a vast and beautiful ocean as a place that Zio finds home in. For Echinacea, the beautiful garden that you saw, just this expanse of flowers and beauty. Death and that in between is supposed to be a space where the weight of this is the final journey, where that is felt in its entirety. And then dependent on the gods you worship, the pantheons you hold dearest, or in some regards, like your heritage, you can either go to a higher plane, which is akin to layman's terms, like a heaven of some sort, or the lower planes. If you are subject to some sort of deal with a devil and you die, you are going to go to the 9 hells. But in some cases, that's not necessarily true. If in an instance where the matron doesn't arrive, or the soul is so intent on a particular goal, that is where the ethereal plane is walked. You run into things like ghost schools, wraiths, and things like that. But usually there is a ferrying to the afterlife. But that between that moment before that kind of like final call is made, that is when you're kind of finding a name for now.
My vision of etherealness is gone because Lormina took my ring, correct? Or is that something that was more tied to my past?
It's your robe.
It's my robe that sees that? You're muted, Alec.
Button is correct. It's the robe of eyes that can see into the ethereal plane.
Okay, got it. Cool. Great. Great.
Great.
Let's see. And as she's looking up death, she also wants to look up death hags, or if there's such thing as a death witch. Someone who's not necessarily trained to prey on death, but is looking to find balance through the end.
Death hags, you find a lot of the same information that you've learned through Lucian particularly, and the cult bestiaries. You do find, is there anything particular about death hags that you're looking for? Are you looking for what is the physiology? What is the societal effects? What are the emotional states? Like what is it that you're looking for specifically on death hags?
Well, I suppose how to undermine a death hag, nullify.
So you're looking for tricks, containment, and disposal?
Weaknesses, yeah.
You read over the course of your time that the core of a death hag's power is her heart. And her heart, while being the source of the power, is the thing that makes a death hag the most vulnerable. Once the heart is destroyed, or you read that it can be cleansed in a way, giving not only reverting the power from the death hag back to the souls of the individuals that have been consumed, it also gives those individuals the opportunity at an afterlife. So something akin to the ceremony that Sir did, that cleansed the heart of Viola, but it's clear that in that another heart was already in place underneath the Whitmore estate. So she had a contingency, she had a backup. But once that true heart, and I will say, you would know that the head of the Death Hag Coven will be reborn through the true heart. So it is clear that the heart underneath the Whitmore estate, the one where Viola is being fed and meant to be reborn from, that is the true heart of her Death Hag Coven with Elizabeth. In regards to tricking, it's very similar to what you've experienced in regards to dealing with Fae, where it is playing with the verbiage. It takes an intelligent individual to trick a tricksy intelligent individual, using the verbiage to its most literal degree, and acting with that in mind is essential. You learn that once a heart is destroyed or cleansed or whatnot, Death hags are sent to the Shadowfell to meet punishment by the Matron of Ravens. So their afterlife, where they go when they die, is directly to the Matron's Tower of Memories. She in varying final moments, Ileana the Raven Queen asks for a memory to remember the soul that she's ferried. She has a well inside of her castle that was actually an inspiration to Death Hags. The first Death Hag was born from the Shadowfell. She was inspired by Ileana's well and created the concept of a living heart, one that is fed by not only the souls, but the living memories of those stuck within them. So yeah, you know that if the heart was cleansed or destroyed, you know that you can physically destroy the heart. Viola will not be able to be reborn, and her power dies with it, therefore ending any pact held by her. That power, the strength in those words returns to the Ith.
Could you tell me more about that well? So why do they spend time there? Like, is the punishment to be reliving those memories?
No.
Or, like,
they're sent to the Shadowfell to meet punishment. So they are immediately met by the Raven Queen, and she judges them for that. The well specifically was the inspiration for the heart, a collection that could empower or become a source of power for a Death Hag. The well itself is not really relevant past that point. The memories that Ileana gains don't garner her any additional power, though that has been contended by like religious by like theologists, where they sort of look at, well, these are individuals offering a memory of their own to this matron of ravens that is in some case worship. So some theologists pose that the well could be the source of the Raven Queen's power, or like a source to a vast collection of her power. Obviously, she is worshipped across the known realms, but having a well of countless memories that are sort of guarded by her shadowed Corvid knights, that is not nothing, if that answers your question.
Yeah, and then the Tower of Memories, that's where they are, like...
That is her... Yeah, that is her castle, that is her keep.
If I'm nitpicking here, or like, I don't know, not nitpicking, but like grasping.
You're reading and
really interested in the Tower of Memories, like the fact that this is where a hag is punished. She wants to glean what kinds of punishments as a way to maybe inspire her spells or inspire intimidation, or if she could do a fragment of that kind of if she could curse, if she could use a smaller version of that type of punishment to pressure Lizzie, like Elizabeth,
to pull on.
How can I maybe punish or echo
curse?
This type of treatment? Yeah.
Okay.
That's why she's kind of digging into this.
What you find as you kind of dig deeper into the Matron of Ravens is this sort of she has a very deep love for irony. So if death is wrought and one has earned their final death, they do not receive it until Ileana has deemed it so. So as you saw in your battle with Chimera and Amari, she took the soul of the dead individual and made it a feather on her mantle. Those feathers are transmuted into spells, and those can be used to aid in a way that another had harmed. And once the energy of this soul has been sort of not completely not completely siphoned or drained by any means, it is used to enact literal poetic justice, and like, well, this is what you did. Here is what I will use the malicious power you've wrought to do. So that could definitely be an inspiration for curses and things like that. The punishment, literally making them shadows within the Shadowfell. They're called Dread Watchers, where they are meant to skulk the shadows of this eternally shadowed plane and not utter a word, not take any action. They are damned.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've got other questions, but I can hand it off because I know we've been Lauren.
Yeah, we'll do that, and then you can sort of any other questions, just shoot them my way, and we'll absolutely. All right, Echinacea.
So I want to maintain fidelity because Echinacea was not with Casimir, but I think they would be spellcrafting.
Okay.
And so I imagine they are trying to craft something that they can bring to Casimir so that they can trade.
Okay, yeah, perfect. What do you think you're crafting?
Well, I would like, and I obviously don't have the verbiage of it because I was just like, what would they be doing if not like learning Steel Wind Strike from him? And the answer is, I think that they would be trying to concoct dismantle.
Okay. What I need from you is an intelligence check and an arcana check.
Intelligence. 12 plus 5, 17.
Okay.
And then arcana. 12 plus 9. Math. 21?
21?
Yeah.
Paint us a picture. How does this look like as you develop dismantle?
Whistle has abandoned this circle of swords. And so Echinacea is kind of scooted inside of it. And they have, in this circle, pages surrounding them in another perfect circle. So concentric circles, and they're sort of like spinning in this circle, like just working everything out, looking very much like an investigator in a true crime.
Okay, great. Honestly, incredible.
But they hone in on the sword that hurt Whistle. They're like, you did do what you were told, but even so. And they start to trace the flat end of the sword up to the hilt, this disparate part. Like, this is where you separate. This is what makes you more than one thing. And yeah, I think that their magic obviously looks very different from Whistle's. They're not speaking to the metal, but they start speaking to the weave around the metal and sort of plucking a little thread away from it, and then another, and then another, and then another. And soon they have this blanket that they are pulling away from it as they attempt to dismantle it.
Fuck yeah, dude. You absolutely do. You see as the blade is pulled from haft and it completely just separates.
Can it work like Dismantle and Pathfinder? Is that okay? I'm totally fine with it being a higher level spell than Pathfinder, like third level, or
it's probably we're probably gonna. It's second in Pathfinder. We're probably I'll settle on either third or fourth.
Think about it.
Later,
think about it. But
yes. So what you can do for now, remove a third level spell slot.
Okay. So they feel themselves holding the haft. And it is separated from the other piece. They sort of look at it and they say, okay, you can go back now. And after a minute passes, it reconnects to the sword.
Perfection. Very cool.
Oh! I know how we're getting the cage in there.
Yeah! Awesome. Love that. Love spell development.
This sword's having a hell of a day, too.
This sword's like,
I know, poor sword.
Wow! Okay. Anything else?
They pick up all their spellcraft and they start running toward Casimir, and that's where we can leave Echinacea.
Well, I'll say that you probably run into Zio if you're making your way to Casimir. So Zio, you see Echinacea running down the hallway with a bunch of fucking swords.
No, with my papers.
Oh, papers. Sorry.
My spellcraft.
Be like, whoa.
Hello.
Hello.
Careful there.
I did it.
You did what?
I figured out how we're gonna get the cage into the place where the heart is.
Oh. Well, that's very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're the first one that I've seen. I asked Casimir to take me back to the to where we fought Ishror. the
They
valley.
drop everything.
And then Zio
Why?
just sort of like startled, and then gets down and starts like picking up
Yeah.
the papers.
Yeah, sorry. Echinacea will get down. Why?
Oh, it's because of the spirit calling. I've offered, I offered something in return to the Amine for their help, and I can't leave them waiting.
Oh.
We left so quickly, that I didn't really have a chance. And besides, I said that I'd provide them with something in return. One of those things being Ishror leaving, which she's not there. Casimir scried and said that she was gone. And
That's good.
I just want to make sure that I hold my end of the deal.
That makes sense to me. Oh. Well, I'm ready to go. I can just... And they start pushing their spellcraft into their spell book.
Oh, well, I have to find Lazuli and Whistle.
Hello, Rocco.
And Rocco.
I know you're not ready to talk about things, and I respect that. So I'll just let you know instead, in case there's any doubt, that I love you very much.
I love you too, Echinacea.
Do you want me to go find Whistle?
No, I have to ask, because Casimir asked me to ask.
That man is very specific. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay. Perfect. So, Echinacea, you make your way to Casimir then. Zio, you absolutely find Lazuli and Whistle.
Yes.
Anything you want to say particular to either of them?
Lazuli just, I'm assuming in the library, like, walks
Yeah.
in,
Mhm.
Yep.
and then, like, looks over their shoulder, like,
Do you want to take a quick trip?
Where to?
Don't be startled. Echinacea was startled. It's been scried upon.
Understandably so.
It's been scried upon. The area is safe. There's no signs of red dragons. But we're quickly going back to the valley where we were fighting. I have to honor my bargain with the Amine.
I see. And do you need my assistance, or are you just asking for my company?
I am letting you know that we're going. If you'd like to come along, you're more than welcome to come along. But Casimir told me that I need to let you all know. Echinacea is coming.
Wise to inform.
You don't have to come if you don't want to.
Got a lot of research. What do you say, Fritz?
Well, I personally wouldn't mind checking in on my fellow spirits, but I suppose it's up to you, my lady.
We have been reading stuffy old books all day.
6 hours. Yes, we have.
I do also want to point out that if it's difficult for you to go back there, maybe take a break from the stuffy books and go do something outside. You don't have to come with us, but maybe a little bit of sunlight will be nice.
It's best for us to stick together. I'll go with.
Okay.
Fritz sort of jumps onto your shoulders, Iyo. Incredible. We're off on a journey. Yet again! Jumps back to Lazuli.
Casimir is, and then gives the directions.
Yeah,
and then
head,
goes
yep.
and
So
finds-
Lazuli, Fritz, you guys head down. And then Whistle, where does Zio find you?
Probably.
Crying in your
Whistle's
progress.
Yeah, exactly. Just measuring it out. No, Whistle is actually going to be sitting down, and now that he's no longer connected to Ishror.
Yeah.
And with the non-detection spell, I'm going to dive into the Divanthier, his mental copy of the Divanthier.
Okay, looking for
And
anything.
also now I speak Orthrin.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. You are able to speak to metals and ores. Okay. Anything specifically that you want to dig into with the Divanthier tome?
Not necessarily. I think he's just going through and
Cool.
He's going page by page. Like he's reading it.
You're just you're beginning to read it, and you feel this swell within you as it almost feels as if you're not reading it for the first time. Obviously, you have the keen mind, you remember it, but as you have the actual book in your mind and you're recounting it, you're sort of flipping through these mental pages. You cannot escape the feeling that you've read this before. Bits sound familiar, and there are flashes. You stand atop a spherical orb encased in metal, looking out over this tall, grand cityscape. Spire after spire of buildings stacked atop one another. This white metallic sheen across a vast floating city. You look down to see distant trees and foliage sort of wrap around the curve of Aosha, present to you at the altitude that you're currently at. You sort of look down, hands on a railing. You don't see flesh as you know it.
Mm-hmm.
You see metal. The cold embrace of metal on metal, and then the door opens. Zio. Or I imagine there's a knock on the door.
Yeah, I think Zio will.
Yeah. You hear that whistle, and that kind of shuts you out of this vision, memory. Unclear.
Come in.
Zio will open the door. We're going back to the valley. If you want to come along, you don't have to. But I have my side of a bargain to take care of. And Aasimar wanted me to make sure that I let everyone know, so.
Do you want me to come along?
You can do whatever you want.
All right.
Holds up a hand, and Nikolai, from wherever he is in the room, just
Pops
put
in.
him on. Yeah, put him into the sheath. And
Let's go.
Okay.
The only other person that Zio will actually go get, and we don't have to roleplay this, but when Zio comes back, I think Zio will just tell Whistle where to meet Aasimar.
Yep.
And then when Zio comes back with Echinacea, like Echinacea, Lazuli, and Whistle are there, Isandra is
Yeah,
also.
absolutely. That makes sense. You all stand there in front of Aasimar. Aasimar does his count, like, I'm casting teleporters, I need to make sure I can. All right, we can take everyone. Hello. All right, well, welcome to. What's on those papers?
I have created something,
Oh.
and I'm going to share it with you because I love you so much.
I love you too. I have spells for you as well. All right. Well, we have to. Okay. He sort of this electricity around all of you as you are teleported back to the valley that you had fought Isradon in. It's much quieter here. The only thing accompanying you is the wind. You all sort of stand here, very much taking in the image of a place where so much combat was done. But you see this patch of water this patch of ice that is now water that was melted down by Isradon's dragon fire is not quite frozen over yet. But you all sort of stand on that little patch of land where you all kind of crawled or ran over to get to Aasimar. But the water is there in front of you. Zio, how do you approach this?
So Zio will walk up, and it's a patch of water, so it's still they can still walk through it, correct? And feel
yeah.
the cold. It's not deep.
Right? No, it's not. No, it's not incredibly deep. No, it's probably up like just underneath your knees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think Zio, before wading in, Zio will look back at Isandro. I'm a little bit nervous, but I wanted to let you know that in the cave, you ran off suddenly, and I tried to stop you. And there was a moment when you did, where I thought to myself that you weren't going to turn around for me. I wanted to tell you that. But I understand now. I can feel it. There's an anxiety. I can't let this rest.
They are calling to you. You did the right thing, as any wise spirit caller would.
I just wanted to let you know that, so that I didn't continue going to bed thinking that you wouldn't be there for me.
I'm sorry that you felt that way.
And Zio will look at the rest of the group.
Yeah.
And very silently just give them a small nod before turning back to the water.
Yeah.
And they're going to wade in, and it's cold, and it's up to their knees, and they're just feeling that sort of like freezing, and close their eyes. And Aura of Vitality, is it a concentration spell, if I'm not mistaken?
Aura of Vitality is a concentration spell.
It is a concentration spell. Let me double check on something. Okay. Is the Amine that are here with the nature and the balance of nature, it's almost as if the fact that it's water right now, it's not right because it's cold. It's the sort of like winter time.
Yeah.
That it doesn't feel right for there to be unfrozen water in this moment. Like, this is the cycle that they live in this period of time.
Okay.
And after the time that Zio spent, in the moment they had thought like maybe what they need is vitality. But it suddenly comes to them that what they need is to recenter the balance of this cycle. So that they're no longer just liquid and water, but they are back to their original form.
Yep.
And so Zio stands there and actually calls out to Halitus.
What do you say? How do you call out to him?
I need your strength, friend. It's been a minute. I need your winds. And
you feel as they begin to pick up these cold winds, all of you seeing this gentle pickup of snow, creating a sort of private sanctuary around all of you for a moment, not rising over the peaks of the mountains, not visible.
And Zio will actually cast Warding Wind as this sort of I say a cyclone, but it's more gentle. Yeah,
I summon a fucking tornado, Doug.
Not that, right?
Yeah,
but it's like Warding Wind is supposed to be something that is fast and aggressive and
absolutely
right. But in this moment, the energy that Zio is expending into it, this power that comes from something that they themselves had discussed not an hour prior, something that they are willing to give up.
Yeah, absolutely.
they call forward the warding wind to chill the air even colder
Yeah.
and to bring the water back to the balance of its cycle, back to frozen water.
Absolutely. You see, just give me a survival check here. Survival or nature?
Yeah. It's a nat 20.
Nice. Nice.
25 on my new die.
Hey-o. Zio, you see as the water Amine begin to sort of lift out of the water in thankful wave, in gratitude, as what you have said, be it by your actions, or your group's decision to retreat, the dragon is gone. And the imbalance that has remained, their sort of change in state, is being fixed. It's being corrected, as you put. All of you see as and I will be clear, you all see this, as the wind itself begins to take form into this beautiful four-winged falcon-like creature, as Helitis himself has come to aid a companion. Zio, you see your magic melding as his wings are fueled by the wind you've summoned. He flies a lot stronger than you saw him the last time after his run-in with Ishror. You see as he flaps the wings strongly, the two sort of feathered antennae that match Lulu. He just sort of is flying down, and you see he brings the cold front in himself as the tip of both sets of his right wings sort of graces the water and just...
And like, as this is all happening, Zio has inadvertently risen from the ground, from this water, their winged boots almost allowing them to float over this.
Absolutely.
The air picking up all around them.
Perfection. The water itself is frozen over by yourself and with the aid of Helitis, and you just hear in these sort of like wisps amidst the wind, just, thank you. You can feel here that your word has been upheld. You can feel here that the Amine have begun to settle, to relax. A word has been kept. You have tended to the garden that is Ayosha. Nicely done. And I will say, as this is done, as this sort of ceremony is taking place, Whistle and Lazuli. Not a day ago. David's like, what? Whistle and Lazuli. Not a day ago, you both lied dead here. I have to ask, I feel called to ask, what is running through your mind? What are you feeling as you stare at the places where your blood has been spilt, where you've drawn your final breath?
I have one thing I gotta do that's a little unrelated to it first.
Why? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna just check. Is my immovable rod still there?
I knew it.
It is not.
Okay, that's fair. All right. Then
Is the pirate person still there?
yeah, hot pirate.
The body?
No, they took the body.
Okay.
Another one added to their group. I think Whistle's going to go over to probably where the bloodstain is still on the snow.
Yeah, it is barely kind of covered by snow drift, as you can see your recently fresh blood.
I think as he looks at it, he thinks of Lord Tarvish and the state that Lord Tarvish was in. Looks over to Lazuli, and there's definitely a sense of gratitude, and also a bit of guilt that Lord Tarvish also killed Lazuli.
Yeah.
And then he just thinks back to the conversation with Nikolai the night before, and he just gets this sense of pity for Lord Tarvish and all the other ones who are still trapped under Isradon's power. Experiments to Isradon's will. They didn't have the same opportunity that Whistle did to get out. And as he looks at Lazuli, he can't help but think that, he just didn't have people that they could rely on.
Absolutely. You kind of, you take in that spot, and Nikolai just says, "We are still here."
Yes. And for now, that's enough.
For now, that's enough. Do you linger on the spot, or do you return to the group?
I return to the group.
You return. Lazuli, you've spent the last 6 hours mulling over books on death, on afterlives, on the occult and its tie to death. How are you feeling?
As soon as Lazuli is transported into the area and people disperse, she casts primeval awareness.
You're within your favorite.
On guard.
You absolutely feel the presence of a dragon. Towards the edge of that 6 miles, where you know Sivaholm to be.
Is Sivaholm in sight? I heard we were on a.
You guys are no, because you are much higher than Sivaholm is. If you were to peer over the mountain pass, you would be able to spot Sivaholm at a distance, but you at this point in time cannot see it.
With my connection to the Ith.
Yep.
With my connection to, this is my favorite terrain, am I sensitive to death? Can I sense if there is, because that's what I'm very curious about, is
you weren't before.
Do I have an effect of, I can tell that there's a lot of people dying near me? I sense that kind
Let's put it this way. You weren't before, but now, having made a pact with a death hag, I have to imagine that the range of your magic has expanded. Given your pact, I want you to give me a wisdom roll.
Okay.
Just roll me a d20 and add your wisdom modifier.
All right.
And your proficiency bonus.
Would that just be a wisdom saving throw, or is that different?
You could roll a wisdom save. Yeah, you're proficient with wisdom. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. That's a nat 1 on the die. I could re-roll it, but I'm kind of curious to see what a nat 1 does in this situation. It sounds spicy.
The thing is, you sense death. It is overwhelming in this moment. The final breaths of many batter you with the wind that is being summoned by Zio and Helitis. You feel death. It is an incalculable amount of death. Both Legionnaire and Shadow Court. The losses were sizable. But you sense a dragon. You know who won the day.
I don't think it was a question whether she took Cyberholm or not. But there's that confirmation there. And again, there's this really interesting conflict in Lazuli.
Yeah.
Because she has a pact with a death hag. And there's that odd little feeling of, what could all of that death have done if it was harnessed?
Mm-hmm.
There's a morbid curiosity.
Do you want to find out?
What do you mean by that?
Would you like to find out?
Who's saying that?
Me, Alec. I'm asking you in this moment, in a place of complete emotional vulnerability, standing in the place where Lazuli has died for the first time in her life, does she wish to see what the death of others can give her?
There's that curiosity. There's not a sense of wanting to take it in action without knowing. There's definitely a lot of caution, but there is a deep curiosity. And it might not even be pure benefit, although that is something she's interested, but what can potentially be healed, but that is not her initial thought. That is an afterthought of bad of me to think power, but there is something to this. Like I could use that power for good, but it is initially someone could do something with this.
I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw then.
Oof.
And I would like you to do so with disadvantage.
Okay. The lowest roll is a 7, plus 6 is 13.
Lazuli.
I'll take that. That feels like a middle.
13 is just shy of what you needed.
Oh.
As you see a shadow dance amidst the wind summoned by Zion Helitis, and in that starburst on your chest, a falling star finds its way home. As it... You gain the shadow-touched feat.
Ooh,
What? What is that?
good.
It will give you access to some necrotic magics. But you also do feel... I'm beginning to stir. Thank you for the treat, my dear.
Go to sleep.
Grandma tucks herself back in and goes to bed.
No.
Back to the house with you.
Grandma escaped and there's a silver alert going on.
Lazuli bites her lip.
Yeah.
But this is also information. So
This is also
even
information.
death that she doesn't take, but she benefits from, can feed. So this is like data point.
Exactly.
Got it.
You've learned something here today.
I love Lazuli.
Data point. All right.
But she initially, while this is happening, in her hand, she looks down and she has made a boss charm. That's what she took.
Okay.
That was her intention. And she walks past the spot that she died, barely a second glance, and to the spot of the person who Lucian killed, and uses her boss charm to commune with dead and grant their final wishes.
The charm doesn't work. It only works on the dead. And the person you wish to commune with is back within the world of the living.
Do I know that?
You would be able to glean that since the charm does not work. It would only be ineffective if the target were living.
Okay.
So, okay. With that, all of you guys see as this ritual is complete, Zio, you have upheld your word with the Amine. Echinacea, are you doing anything in this time, or are you just sort of bearing witness?
There's so much to bear witness to.
Yeah, exactly.
Echinacea watches Helitis return, and there's that recognition. And it was such a bad time the first time he showed up, and it's so much calmer now. And they don't know what's going on in Lazuli's head, but they watch her walk past where she died, and that brings some small measure of comfort. And they look at where Whistle is, and they're just shot back to that moment where Lord Tarvish was giddy over how many of us he'd killed. And even though it freezes them to their core to remember that, they cast prestidigitation on their hands to make them warm as they look around, and all the people that were killed are here standing.
Perfection. All right. And all of you see as this ritual is complete, and Casimir looks to you all. Are you ready to return?
Zio lightly taps down into the ice
Thick,
and then
strong, yeah.
heads back.
You can feel Helitis with you. He's tagging along for this journey. He just says, wonderful job. Proud of you.
Maybe you can help with some new tricks.
I like new tricks. Casimir stands. Well, it seems we are going to return back to Ishror, and I have plenty of spells to learn and teach. All right. You all ready?
As ever.
Isandra leans over to you, Zio, kisses you on the forehead. Amazing luck.
Feels lighter.
Good. It's because they feel lighter. And with a swirl of electricity, you are all teleported back to Ishror's castle. And I think that is a good place to call tonight's chapter of Known Realms Tolesh. Amazing! Nicely done, everybody. This one was something else. This one was special. This one was a little bit of a bang, a little bit of a sleeper hit, guys. You know what I mean? All right. Before we head out for the evening, let's go ahead and out to our players, starting with Angie.
Hi everybody, I'm Angie, they, them pronouns. I have been playing Zio Marino, he, they pronouns. You can find me at Agonethetic on the internet and wherever. On Tuesday, you can find me over on Bad House RPG for Embers of Rage, our penultimate episode. Penultimate episode. So come check us out and come see my sad boy be sad and face consequences to their actions.
No, not those.
No.
Incredible. Well, it's lovely to have you back, Angie. We're glad to have the whole crew here, and well, excited to watch that penultimate episode. All right, Lou.
Hello, I am Lou. I play Lazuli, and we both use she, her pronouns. And I did the art, the updated character art, and you can find me at Lutelia_art on most social medias, and I think that's all.
One more round of applause for Lou and her incredible work on the new character art. Amazing!
Woo!
Thank you so much. And we'll move over to David.
Hey guys, my name is David. Tonight I've been playing Whistle. Both he, him pronouns. You can catch me here in No Tolesh, and who knows. You can also catch me over at Stealthy Elf Productions as Game Master in a couple of Pathfinder 2nd Edition games.
Giles. Thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, Button.
Hello, my name is Button. My pronouns are they, them. I am Bluebluebutton on social media, and I play Echinacea Belrose in this game. When I am not here, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions in the Unearthed Inheritance campaign. Thank you, Lou, for that beautiful art.
Thank you, Lou. Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I'm the Archivist here for Known Realms Tolesh, and you can see me and some other stuff coming up. But before we go, big ups to Lupine Honey for sponsoring the channel. You can go ahead to Caroline's shop, Lupine Honey, and use code TalesArchive for 10% off of your purchase on any of the size-inclusive, incredibly designed, and immaculately made apparel that Caroline produces. Also, we have our open donation link. For right now, we will be adding some more links for Congo and Haiti in the coming days. But if you are not able to donate to the charities listed, uplift oppressed voices, educate yourself on the current goings-on in the world, and share resources as you see them. All eyes need to be on the oppressed people of the world at this time, and the things we can do, no matter how small, matter. And one last thank you to my partner, Shannon, the incomparable Shannon, Artificer's Workshop, who made these brand new overlays and helped us tie in this beautiful new ring in this beautiful new book in the Known Realms saga. We're incredibly grateful to her for all of her hard work, and yeah, thank you guys. Hang tight. We will throw you over to another channel who's playing some TTRPGs, and we'll see you next time in Known Realms Tolesh. Bye.
Bye-bye.